Good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year to everyone. This is the SAWS Board meeting of January 13th. We are calling it to order. The San Antonio Water System Board of Trustees will, during the meeting, close the meeting and hold an executive session pursuant and in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Open Meetings Act. The Board of Trustees may at any time during the meeting close the meeting and hold an executive session for consultation with its attorneys concerning any of the matters to be considered during the meeting pursuant to 551 of the Texas Open Meetings Act. We'll now move to item number 3, which is public comment. And we have one citizen signed to speak, Mr. Alan Montemayor.
Good morning. I'm Alan Montemayor, Chair of the Alamo Group of the Sierra Club. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I do not take it for granted. It's very easy for us to just simply, whoa, getting some feedback, turn the tap on and just expect the water to come out hot and cold and dependable. So thank you for keeping the water running. The first item I wanted to address today is 6A1, the one-time purchase of some electric vehicles. As many of you know, I'm an EV proponent, maybe an evangelist, if you will. I'm charging my little electric vehicle down at your charging port down here. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Keep up the good work of buying additional vehicles. I think it's going to pay off for us in the long run, and it is a wonderful way to cooperate with the climate action and adaptation plan that the city is trying to push forward. So we appreciate that. I was disappointed with item 3 there that you're not going to be able to purchase the F-150 Lightning vehicles because they are no longer going to be made. Obviously, we're facing some pushback on EVs at the national level and to a large extent at the state level as well. However, think globally, act locally, so I appreciate you guys continuing to move forward with your EV initiative, particularly that the new charging stations that you're going to be installing here at headquarters. That's a wonderful thing. I took a picture of the sign out there. Next thing I wanted to speak about is the drought conditions. I see you're going to have a briefing and deliberation. I believe it's critical for SAWS, CPS Energy, the city, and all of the businesses in San Antonio to cooperate on what's going on with climate change. We are going to be heavily impacted. We already are having a lot of days over 100. It's affecting our tourism industry. It's going to be affecting our construction industries very soon. I'm trying to start some dialogues with the Chamber of Commerce about this. And the Environmental Coalition of San Antonio, the Environmental Collaborative of San Antonio is now beginning to cooperate and speak with a more unified voice for all of the citizens of San Antonio that are concerned with the environment. This includes faith-based groups, social justice groups, environmental groups, and all the other groups that are associated with concern with the environment. Specifically, what I'm going to ask SAWS to do is to cooperate more with CPS Energy. In particular, one particular project that I've been pushing since about 2019 is the large solar array at the H2 Oaks plant. I understand there have been discussions about that with CPS Energy here in, I think it was December. I hope those discussions will continue and move forward to fruition. If we did put this project in place, it would be a huge feather in the cap of San Antonio. It would increase the reliability of SAWS' ability to pump water, particularly if there were a large power outage in San Antonio. It will give you national and perhaps international recognition for doing something that nobody else has done in the world. So I'm very much hopeful that that project will move forward. But speaking about cooperation between SAWS and CPS Energy, and by the way, welcome to the new faces on the board. Thank you for serving in this capacity. It's a large responsibility, but it's wonderful. There's going to be a lot of opportunities for cooperation between SAWS, CPS Energy, and industry. And I hope that you guys will take every opportunity to not just participate in the climate action and adaptation plan, but be proactive with it as it moves forward. We do have a lot to lose in San Antonio if we knuckle under to climate change and all of the ramifications of that. So I really appreciate your attention in those matters. Thank you very much for your kind attention today.
Thank you. We'll move now to item 4, which is approval of the minutes. These minutes include the San Antonio Water Board of Trustees on the regular meeting date of November 4th. Do I have any trustees with any corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion and a second for approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting of November 4th, 2025.
I motion for approval.
Was that Ed?
Yes.
Thank you, trustee Balmatis, thank you. And trustee Rocha Garcia? I would ask the board to vote. Thank you. Those minutes are accepted. And so next we have ceremonial items, and I think Mr. Puente will be introducing an end-of-the-year video for the SAWS accomplishments for 2025.
And Chair, that is the introduction, so I think they're queuing up the video.
It's been a busy year here at the San Antonio Water System. San Antonio runs on water, and at SAWS, we make sure water keeps flowing throughout our city. With more than 7,700 miles of water mains and 5,800 miles of wastewater lines, our teams are always on the move, using smart technology to spot aging infrastructure, reduce non-revenue water, and prepare for the future. We're focused on keeping water flowing today and securing a diverse supply for future generations, because that's what we do every day.
This year, SAWS completed the nation's largest rollout of electronic meters, replacing more than 600,000 outdated mechanical meters. With Connect H2O, customers can now track their water use online or through our app, view usage data in real time, and receive leak alerts to help save water and money. And by listening to the people who do this work every day, we finished this project a full year ahead of schedule, turning a massive challenge into a major success.
Under the EPA's lead and copper rule, SAWS has an important job. Identify materials used in every service line, not just ours, but also the ones that run from the meter into our customers' homes. With more than 370,000 lines to verify, our team knew traditional methods alone wouldn't be enough. So they turned to advanced scanning technology to collect accurate data quickly and with less disruption. This pilot program earned TCEQ's Innovative or Proactive Water System Award, along with EPA funding to validate the results. When challenges arise, SAWS teams innovate and deliver.
This year, as part of our Water Stewardship Initiative, SAWS brought together team members across departments to launch a non-revenue water task force focused on one of our biggest challenges, reducing non-revenue water by 50% per connection by 2035. Advanced metering now provides exact data on water production versus consumption, enabling precise identification of water loss. We also changed the way we respond to leak work orders. It used to take 13 days to respond to low-priority leaks. Now, the average response time is less than 2 days. Innovation also extended to technology. Our information systems team hosted the first Sparks Innovation Expo. It featured hands-on demonstrations of emerging technologies and panel discussions with industry leaders. And we didn't stop there. Our IS team continued to strengthen cybersecurity resiliency throughout our entire organization, because protecting our customers' information and operating systems is just as important as managing their water. We also published a children's book this year, Peepa's Big Adventure, telling the true story of a puppy rescued from a sewer and now helps teach kids what should and shouldn't go down the drain. And to make sure every child can enjoy Peepa's story, we created an American Sign Language video with narration, captions, and signing for each page. And because we love our community, the book is now also available in Spanish. We took our message on the road, meeting customers face-to-face across San Antonio, from spring bloom and summer outreach events to one-on-one enrollment through Uplift. SAWS teams helped customers conserve water and access affordability programs. Whether it was giving away drought-resistant plants, sharing watering rules, or assisting families in person, our goal was simple: make it easier for customers to manage their water.
Keeping customers informed during construction is essential. That's why we launched the Construction Project Outreach Pilot Program with a dedicated webpage providing bi-weekly updates, progress photos, and traffic details. QR codes on signs and postcards now make it easy for customers to stay informed with a quick scan. Ingenuity also means smart financial planning. In 2025, Fitch, Moody's, and S&P all awarded SAWS the highest credit ratings in our history, lowering long-term borrowing costs and strengthening our financial position. Our rates have remained steady since 2020, but we're already preparing for 2026's proposed projects, especially our Water Recycling Center master plan. To address aging infrastructure, future regulatory requirements, and the growing population, we need to make improvements to our Leon Creek, Medio, and Stephen M. Klaus locations, because the story doesn't end when we flush the toilet.
Our team members make SAWS a great place to work, and we're thrilled to share that others agree. For the 11th year since 2011, SAWS has been named one of San Antonio's top workplaces, and our leadership among the best in the city. Edward Guzman, our Chief Legal and Ethics Officer, earned a C-Suite Award from the San Antonio Business Journal, recognizing executives who go above and beyond for their teams and communities. Our CEO and President, Robert Puente, was honored with the 2025 Pioneers of Desal Award for his leadership and innovation, transforming Texas's water future through desalination. We also welcomed 4 new board members to our Board of Trustees this year: Mayor Gina Ortiz-Jones, Adriana Rocha Garcia, Gregory B. Mann, and Teresa Rodriguez Sapansky. This year, we said goodbye to a remarkable leader, Steve Klaus. In his final role at SAWS as Chief Operating Officer, he guided SAWS through some of our most challenging times. After coming out of retirement, he helped steer us through the COVID-19 pandemic and the historic Winter Storm Uri, leaving a legacy of resilience and leadership that will never be forgotten. To honor his impact, we dedicated a bench underneath an oak tree at headquarters, a place to pause, reflect, and find inspiration.
So here's our challenge to every SAWS team member, whether you've been here 6 months or 20 years, behind a desk or out in the field. Carry forward the mission, the momentum, and Mr. Klaus's legacy. And together, we'll keep SAWS moving forward, because that's what we do every day.
Very nice. I can't believe how large Peepa is. I remember when he was just a little puppy, and it seems like the other day, so congratulations. Are there any other board comments? Okay. Well, congratulations on a great year, and look forward to another great year in 2026, and stay safe to all of our employees. All right, let's move then to the consent agenda, items 6 through 13. Are there any items on the consent agenda that should be pulled for individual discussion or consideration? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion for items 6 through 13 on the consent agenda. Thank you, Trustee Reyna. Is there a second? Thank you, Trustee Rocha Garcia. I'll ask the board to vote. Okay, that consent agenda. Oh. I'm going to reopen.
I think it'll, if you can give a
Trustee, can you give a verbal vote?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Next, we'll move to individual item number 14.
Good morning, Mayor, Madam Chair, trustees, and Mr. Puente. My name is Martha Wright, and I'm the Director of Conservation. Today, I'm here to bring forward nominees for the Community Conservation Committee. The Community Conservation Committee, or CCC, was created in 1997 with the goal of working with SAWS staff to develop and evaluate water conservation programs. The committee provides recommendations on our programs and policies, and it's a valuable forum for the community to share their thoughts on water conservation. The committee has between 16 and 25 members who are all appointed by the board, and we strive to have the committee be representative of our service area and the industries in our community. To get new members, staff reach out to city council offices. We announce it in our monthly CCC meetings, and we send emails to our current members to get recommendations from them as well as stakeholder groups. We often get great recommendations from our current and outgoing members because they're familiar with the group and the goals of the group, and they are connected to highly involved community members. The CCC application is available year-round on SAWS.org, and we're always welcoming new applications as well as nominations from City Council and the board. Members are appointed by you all, the board, for a 2-year term, and they may serve a total of 3 terms or 6 years. And the chairperson is also appointed by you all and for a 1-year term, and they may serve for 3 terms. So our nominee for 2026 for chairperson is Dominic Dominguez, who's the COO of Gardopia Gardens and the environmental rep for the city's Planning Commission Technical Advisory Committee. He's also a lead green associate and served as our CCC chair in 2025. In addition to Dominic, we have 3 members that we're recommending for reappointment: Kelsey Delgado, Amina Thomas, and Valerie Rodriguez. Our first CCC candidate is Charles Blank, the executive director and founder of River Aid San Antonio. He's a member of the Westside Creeks Restoration Oversight Committee, and he was presented the Congressional Certificate of Recognition for his work to clean up rivers and creeks in the area. Our next candidate is Rosalia Ovalle. She's a community health worker specializing in resource coordination, follow-up care, and addressing social determinants of health. She's an active volunteer with Corazon and is engaged in local outreach, health education events, programs supporting families and vulnerable populations, and sustainable resource management. And our third candidate is Sarah Mock. She's a remote control operator for Waterfleet, a private mobile water and wastewater treatment service. She previously worked with EAA at their Education Outreach Center as a contractor managing the Endangered Species Aquarium. And in addition, she's a member of the South Texas Association of Environmental Professionals and Alamo Area Master Naturalists. We also have quite a few midterm members. We have 7 who are in their first term, and then 6 who are in their second or their third terms. And so our recommendation for the board is to appoint the 4 returning members and the 3 new members to a 2-year term ending December 31st, 2027, and to appoint Dominic Dominguez to serve another 1-year term as chairperson ending December 31st, 2026. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. You've heard the staff presentation. I'll entertain a motion. Thank you, Trustee Reyna. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Trustee Sapansky. Discussion by the board? Hearing none, please vote. Okay, passes. Thank you. Item 15 is next.
Good morning, trustees, Mayor, Mr. Puente. I'm covering for Tracy this morning to go over the utility service agreements board item. I'm Bob Johnson, manager of master planning. I'm actually transitioning to my new position starting next week as director of production operations.
And Chair, that was a promotion, by the way, for Mr. Johnson.
Well, congratulations, Mr.
Thank you,
Johnson.
appreciate it. To start the year off, for the month of January, we have 1 utility service agreement. It is a residential development, the Candelia Tract. This was presented as a briefing item in December, so I think you'll remember this tract. The Candelia Tract is located in the southeast, just near the corner of New Sulphur Springs Road to the north and Loop 410 to the west. It's 377 acres, and the request is for up to 1,500 water and wastewater EDUs. It's located entirely within the city of San Antonio limits and inside the water CCN. It's mostly inside the wastewater CCN with the exception of 20% of the tract along the eastern boundary. There is oversizing in this particular utility service agreement. There's water mains that are being oversized, as well as a water production facility and wastewater mains. These infrastructure improvements were contemplated in the latest water and wastewater master plans and were included in the latest impact fee study. This is a map showing the location of the tract in relation to the water system. The initial service to the tract will be provided through a higher pressure zone, 828, shown there to the north. And this is a phased development as additional EDUs are required. The 24-inch main shown being extended through the tract will be required. And ultimately, the production facility to the east will be required. And water will be provided through pressure zone 750, the pressure zone to the south. The production facility will include a minimum of 2 million gallons of storage and 15 million gallons per day of pumping capacity. The water supply to the production facility will be from the east. You see that 60-inch main to the east. It's an ASR main. Initially, that water will come from that source. This is a first step in a long-range water supply project that we have, and the intent for this facility is to bolster our ASR capabilities for our long-term supply needs. This map here shows the Candelia tract in relation to our sewer CCN, and again, you can see that 20% that is outside of our CCN. This is actually in an area that we have an application to the PUC to include in our CCN. The wastewater service to the tract will initially be provided through this existing 36-inch main to the west of the tract, and as additional EDUs are required, the 42-inch main will be necessary to provide ultimately the 1,500 EDUs of sewer service. Also required is that easement extending through the tract along the western boundary to allow for a future sewer main construction. One closing comment I wanted to make. During our last briefing session when we talked about Candelia tract, there were some questions that were brought up. One of the things that we've done as a follow-up to that briefing session is staff has prepared a presentation to discuss our growth policy, to go over our oversizing process, and also to go over impact fees. That's been created. It's pending internal review, but we'll have that available. Staff recommends approval of the Candelia tract utility service agreement. Are there any questions?
Thank you. You've heard the staff presentation. I'll entertain a motion.
A motion for approval.
Thank you, Trustee Belmontes. Is there a second? Thank you, Trustee Reyna. Discussion by the board? I have one request.
Yes, ma'am.
One question and one request. So in your prepping to brief the board on oversizing our growth strategy and impact fees, would you also add to that the status of our PUC request on the adjustments to the CCN?
Certainly.
Okay, that's the one request. The question I have is, when we were briefed, I asked about understanding that this area is a different area for Bexar County, and the soils are different, the soil conditions are different, and they do require watering to maintain foundations, et cetera. I did ask about irrigation and conservation efforts for this development, understanding, I'm getting the sense that it will be a phased-in development
Right.
over time, but what is the developer willing to do to
we
address
have-
irrigation and
Yes, ma'am.
conservation?
We have talked to the developer, and one of the things that he is committed to do is to work with our conservation department.
What does that mean?
Well, with the conservation department, there are things that can be done with landscaping, xeriscaping, that sort of thing, irrigation. That's a conversation that he's willing to have with our department, just to see if there's a way forward that makes sense for us.
So if it's not in our USA, what leverage do we have? If he's agreeing to work with, but there's nothing specific in the USA, then what leverage do we?
Not a whole lot of leverage. This is in our water CCN, therefore we could make it a condition of the USA. Some of the other ones where they were not in our USA, we had more negotiating power for them to do some kind of effort on limiting irrigation, but not in this one.
So they do fall into water rules.
Yes,
And they do fall into our new activity in inspection of these systems.
yes.
And then the developer agrees just to work with us on other conservation
Right,
needs.
and there's
I know
a-
they're setting aside property, I saw that.
Yeah, open space set aside.
Grumble, grumble, but it is what it is. Is the developer here? No? Would you please let them know that we are really interested in conservation? I understand the
Certainly.
need for the soil condition, but we as a community as a whole need to be thinking more about conservation. I mean, we're going to have a briefing on drought later today. So
Certainly.
we just need to keep that front of mind.
Thank you.
And I understand people can pay for it, but at one point of the day, there's nothing to pay for. Okay,
Understand.
thanks.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mayor? Is your mic on?
There we go.
you
Thank you. This dovetails actually on a conversation, Madam Chair, we had a couple of months ago where we talked about making sure the impact fees were appropriate based on our understanding, not only of the cost of providing the additional water, but also the wear and tear, right, on the infrastructure as a result of meeting all these increased needs. So to the chair's point, would really appreciate understanding how we have appropriately costed that out, not only in this instance, but in general. I'm not sure I've seen kind of an update on how we're going to be thinking about that big picture, but it's the same issue time and time again. So welcome some deeper thinking, certainly in this instance, but writ large as we review these requests. Thank you.
Yes, trustee Rocha Garcia?
Thank you. You mentioned earlier that eventually we would have to have a 42-inch main. Who will pay for that, or what's?
That's oversizing main. They will need a 12-inch main, and in order to provide a regional, to provide regional demands for that, in that area, the 42-inch main will be required. And I think the oversizing is 9% developer and 91% SAWS.
What was that percentage?
I don't know exactly, but it's roughly 9 or 10% developer and 88 or 91, 90%
And
SAWS.
is that a standard formula?
It is not the standard formula. One of the things that we're going to include in the oversizing presentation is we're going to go over how we calculate oversizing for water mains and wastewater mains. And they're essentially the same for the mains. Also look at production facilities. We're talking about tanks and pump stations, as well as on the wastewater side. We don't do this too often, but lift stations, the wastewater pump stations. Those, we have examples of each to share in terms of how we go through and figure out the oversizing requirement for the developer and for SAWS.
Got it. So is there like some sort of a rubric or kind of like how we boil down to 9% as a developer cost?
To explain things simply, we look at if that developer, if there was no regional need, there was no other development happening near that tract, what would they need to provide service? And for the wastewater tract, or for wastewater service, they would, what size sewer main would they need? And depending on the slope that sewer main is going to be laid and the capacity of that sewer main, in this particular case, it turns out to be 12 inches. But based on our master plan and what we think development is going to grow out to in that area, we've determined that for that section, for that area, that a 42-inch main will be required.
Got it. And then I know.
Trustee, I'm sorry, can you hit your mic? We're having difficulty hearing you. Thank you. There we go.
Sorry. And then the other question was, in the conditions on the USA, and I know that the chair was asking about this earlier, it's a 36-month period that I guess expires. Would we at any point be able to reconsider or adjust and maybe think of some of the conservations? Or how does that work? Or is it at the 36th month, if things aren't going so well, maybe sales are down, et cetera, like at what point do we bring
Yeah.
it back?
There are certain criteria. They have 36 months to really get the development started. That may be a main extension, that may be a connection to our system, but once they meet the requirement for that 36-month extension, and let's say there's more to be done if it's a phased development, then if they meet that requirement for 36 months, and then they could get an extension out to 7 years. 7 years from the time the USA is executed. And then after that, there's, and again, some developments take quite a while, so there are requirements if they wanted to extend beyond the 7 years to 15 years, then that could happen as well.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Are there any further questions? Hearing none, I would ask the trustees to vote. Okay, thank you. Item 16.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mayor, Board of Trustees, and Mr. Puente. My name is Nina Biddle, and I'll be presenting on the Marbach project. As part of the governmental program, we focus on the adjustment, relocation, and investigation of energy infrastructure to accommodate any outside agency projects to avoid potential impacts to their proposed improvements. Sorry. On the screen is a list of agencies, and as you can see, there are multiple agencies that we coordinate with, such as the city, TxDOT, and Bexar County, as well as all incorporated cities within Bexar County. These agencies all have different rules, processes, procedures, and permits tracking mechanisms when doing work within the right-of-way. We have had successful partnerships with the city on joint bid projects. The bond program is the largest, but we also coordinate with the city on council districts special projects, the storm drainage program, and the infrastructure management program. On the bond program, the city will put out solicitation for a mass selection of design consultants. SAWS and other joint bid utilities and city departments will be invited to be part of the Civil Engineering Scoring Committee, with final selection ultimately being determined by the city. SAWS design work is performed utilizing these contracts. Once the city has determined the scope of the project and identified potential utility conflicts, SAWS engineering team will assess our infrastructure. Our approach is to try to avoid or minimize impacts to our facilities before accommodating relocations. By partnering with the city, we lose flexibility in both design and construction pertaining to schedules and project limits. SAWS is responsible to meet their schedule and must adhere to any delays or expediting of the schedules. And additionally, our scope of work is limited to the project limits set by the city. As mentioned, one of the largest programs that the governmental team work with is the city bond program, and we have successfully completed past bond programs, starting with the 2007 bond. The 2022 bond is a $1.2 billion program and was approved in May of 2022. This is the largest municipal bond program in San Antonio compared to the previous bonds. The Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, is what makes the bond program distinctive from other programs, since SAWS and the city typically use the same consultant for the design work under this city contract. The city bond MOU was revisited to include the construction aspects of these projects. In January of this year, SAWS and the city entered into an MOU for the coordination of the 2022 bond program. Under this MOU, there was a provision that SAWS and the city may enter into a supplemental agreement for projects identified as high risk. The Marbach project is a bond project that has been identified as a high-risk project, allowing SAWS and the city to enter into a project-specific MOU. The Marbach project is located on the west side of San Antonio near John Jay High School. The limits are along Marbach Road from Loop 410 to Corral Drive, and channel improvements from east of Loop 410 heading downstream to Slick Ranch Creek. The line shown in red is the original project limits, and the blue line is the revised extended project limits. The design engineer for the project is HDR. The overall project construction cost, including joint bid utilities, is estimated to be $28 million, with SAWS costs estimated at $2.8 million. The city has chosen the construction manager at risk, or CMAR delivery method, for the Marbach project and issued a notice of intent to award to Flatiron Easybell, a joint venture, as a construction manager. One of the main existing issues for this area is drainage. There has been extreme flooding on Marbach in the past, and as seen in the photos on this slide. In addition, there is also inadequate traffic signal and pedestrian mobility in the project limits. The city proposed improvements includes the installation of new underground storm drain system and channel improvements to accept the increased storm flow, along with street reconstruction. Existing water and sewer infrastructure will require relocation and replacement to avoid conflicts with the proposed city improvements, and work will be dependent on the city's reconstruction work and the final design. The Marbach project kicked off with a scoping meeting in November of 2022 for the original project limits previously shown in red. In June of 2023, the design contract with HDR was executed, and they proceeded through 40% design. However, in November of 2024, the project limits were extended as shown in blue in the previous slide, resulting in a redesign of the 40% design. Currently, 70% design is expected in spring of 2026 and final design in fall of 2026. The city has indicated a potential of early construction packages as early as summer of 2026 and an overall completion of fall of 2028. This may change based on feedback from the CMAR regarding schedule, sequencing, and phasing. So the city also expects the CMAR contractor to provide input regarding project scope, cost, and schedule. This changes may result in changes to the overall project cost and schedule, and any remaining work will be included in the future bond program. So our recommendation is to approve the execution of a construction manager at risk contract with the city and Flatiron Easybell, a joint venture, and the associate project-specific MOU with the city. Approve an amount not to exceed $2,800,000 to reimburse the city for the pre-construction and construction of SAWS work in connection with Marbach Road Area Street Project. And lastly, authorize the president, chief executive officer to negotiate and execute future necessary amendments. Be happy to address any questions.
Thank you. You've heard the staff presentation. Is there a motion? Thank you, Trustee Rocha Garcia. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Trustee Bill Modis. I have a couple of questions. When we were last presenting, I was asking for the original scope for this project because I was concerned about the extension to include the outfall for the project and that really making it a drainage project versus a street project. And so I'm wondering what the original caption was for voter consideration for this bond program.
So the city did have two projects, one for the street and one for the drainage under the program. So it included for both street and drainage improvements.
So there were complementary items in the bond issue
Yes.
for roadways to include sidewalks and curbs and drainage and a drainage project.
Correct. They
Is that
had
what
two
I'm understanding?
propositions.
Good morning, Chairwoman and members of the board. I'm Mike Shannon with the City Capital Delivery Department Director. And yes, we actually had two items in the voter-approved bond. It was a $15 million street project and a $15 million drainage project
Okay.
listed separately, but it's really one major project in this area. We call it the Marbach project, but they were listed as, this is a major drainage project and a major street reconstruction
Okay.
project, yes.
That was concerning. What was suggested before was it was just one, and I was having difficulty with that approach, but okay.
Yes.
And so, my next question revolves around the MOU. So if I recall, I mean, the slide is a little misleading. It shows the date that the SAWS board considered the MOU and the date City Council considered the MOU, but it actually, what was the length of time to negotiate this MOU? I kind of recall 2 years. So, and now we're in this process where we designate high-risk programs, high-risk projects. How many high-risk projects do you contemplate going forward?
We have a handful of them identified right now. I think it's 5 or 6 that we've identified with the SAWS team out of our 50-year-plus projects, yeah.
Okay, and you want to negotiate MOUs for each one of those high-risk projects?
I think the plan is right now to do that. As mentioned in the presentation, the project-specific MOU is intended to supplement with some detail that we need. This is a significant project. It's under a CMAR proposal. We have a lot of details in there, cost sharing that are specific to this project. So that's the plan right now, as kind of was presented in the main MOUs about a year ago.
So do we feel like the main MOU gives both the city and SAWS leeway, leverage to negotiate those specifics?
I think we both do. I think we've had a lot of conversations of figuring out the specifics for this project. It's certainly our first one under the MOU on this high-risk category, but the main MOU definitely provides the framework needed that we want so that we can work, better together. We can resolve issues that happen in construction quicker, which is really the main goal. We can do a lot of more upfront subsurface engineering so we know kind of how to design it properly better, and less surprises when the project starts.
I really am concerned, especially if, the city's undertaking a CM at risk to build this project, and with those projects, that contractor is going to guarantee that price. And so if we're going to put ourselves in that position, then I think we need to do everything we can on the front end to be as time-sensitive and to be as efficient as we can. And trying to negotiate additional MOUs for every project, in my view, is very time-consuming, and I don't think it's necessary. And so I would ask for colleague support to direct the staff to use the original MOU on this project. And if you find that there is not enough leeway in the original framework of the MOU, then come back. But to set out and attempt to negotiate 5 separate MOUs for your high-risk projects, you are not going to meet your schedule. I just don't think that is very effective and efficient in what we're proposing to do. I understand you want to try to capture all the things, but I think this original MOU framework will do that for both staffs. That would be my recommendation to you, and I would ask colleague support to direct staff to use that original MOU for that purpose. That's my comment. Any other discussion? Okay, I would ask the board to vote, but because I've added this little nuance, we may need to voice vote. Is that not electronic because it is not in the resolution? The resolution contemplates a specific memorandum of understanding, and I am asking not to do that.
Correct. We can also discuss this item in a more detailed legal executive session.
However, it's still for a vote right now. So executive session is great, but that's later.
Yes.
I'm happy to, Richard Linder, one of your senior corporate counsel. I've worked on this MOU and the CMAR project. Like your counsel said, we're happy to discuss your options in executive session. If you're looking for how to make a motion and take no action on the project-specific MOU, it would be a motion to approve the resolution. However, omit subsection 5 of the resolution and take no action on the project-specific MOU. However, we are very happy to discuss all of your options in the executive session we've posted on this item.
Well, doesn't that do the same thing? If we take no action on the project-specific MOU, we're saying work with the existing framework of the MOU. Doesn't that do that?
It could, we just want to make sure, I'd like to make sure I fully understand how much flexibility you're willing to give your staff.
Okay.
Chair-
Well, then
Chair,
I
if-
move that the board consider the resolution to move forward on the Marbach project and take no action on the project-specific MOU, and the staff use the current MOU to guide this project. I need a second.
Well, Madam Chair, I'd welcome understanding the additional discretion that the lawyer may provide to help us understand, ensuring what you're talking about. So we have that before we vote on this item.
Okay.
And if we need to do that in executive session, then we should move into that before we vote on this.
Then I'll suggest we table this until we go into executive session and then come back out. Thank you. Yes,
Madam Chair, may I just offer one comment?
sure.
One option, understanding your concern about negotiating future project-specific MOUs, this project-specific MOU, we have negotiated with SAWS staff for several months, and we believe it's ready to go. So if the direction were to move forward with this project as presented with the project-specific MOU, but in the future ones, work under the main one, that might help get this project moving forward as well.
Is
Just
there
something to
anything
consider.
specifically that's so outstanding and different from the original to this one, other than the fact that it references this project?
There's some details in there, but we could work either way, don't get me wrong, but that was just, I threw that out there as a suggestion, just for the work we put in with the SAWS team.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Yeah.
Item 17.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mayor Jones, Board of Trustees, Mr. Puente. This is Saqib Shirazi. I'm the Manager of Operations Support Engineering at San Antonio Water System. In this presentation, I will cover two agenda items. Agenda item 17, which is related to approve an amendment to professional engineering services with Black & Veatch, and item 18, to award a construction contract to J.T. Vaughn Construction LLC. Both of these items are related to SAWS resiliency program. As we know, in May 2021, Texas legislature approved Senate Bill 3, which requires water utilities like San Antonio Water System to assess and improve system resilience. In response to Senate Bill 3, San Antonio Water System submitted an Emergency Preparedness Plan, or EPP, to the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, or TCEQ, in March 2022. TCEQ approved the EPP in July 2023. EPP requires SAWS to provide water at a minimum pressure of 20 psi across the system after 24-hour power outage. EPP identified a number of water production facilities at which SAWS needs to install backup generators. TCEQ allowed SAWS to implement the EPP by July 2032. Specific information included in EPP is sensitive in nature. Therefore, it is confidential by law. To execute EPP, SAWS will install 3 different types of generators across the system. Those are Tier 2 diesel generator, Tier 4 diesel generator, and natural gas generator. All the generators will comply with EPA's emission requirement. The photo at the right bottom corner is the photo of a natural gas generator, which has recently been installed at one of SAWS water production facilities under SAWS resiliency program. The photo on the top right corner is the photo of a Tier 2 diesel generator. This is also installed recently at one of SAWS water production facilities under SAWS resiliency program. Under SAWS resiliency program, SAWS will install Tier 2 diesel generators at 9 water production facilities. The design for the installing Tier 2 diesel generators at these facilities is complete. Western Solutions Incorporation was the design engineer for Tier 2 diesel generator installation. The installation of Tier 2 diesel generators at 9 sites will be performed in phases. In Phase 1, SAWS will install Tier 2 diesel generators at 4 sites. In Phase 2 and 3, SAWS will install Tier 2 diesel generators at 3 sites and 2 sites respectively. Installation of Phase 1 and Phase 2 Tier 2 diesel generator is currently ongoing. The installation of Phase 3 Tier 2 diesel generator will start in 2027. Under the resiliency program, SAWS will also install natural gas generators at 15 sites. The design for the installation of the natural gas generator at all these sites has already been completed. Arcadis US Incorporation was the design engineer for installing natural gas generators at 2 sites. Black & Veatch Corporation was the design engineer for installing natural gas generators at 13 sites. The installation of natural gas generators at all these sites is currently ongoing. CPS is SAWS partner for natural gas generator program. Under the resiliency program, SAWS will also install Tier 4 diesel generators at 9 sites. The design and installation of Tier 4 diesel generators will be performed in phases. In Phase 1, SAWS will install Tier 4 diesel generators at 3 sites. In Phase 2 and 3, SAWS will install Tier 4 diesel generators at 2 sites and 4 sites respectively. Black & Veatch will be the design engineer for installing Tier 4 diesel generators at all these sites. The design for Phase 1 Tier 4 diesel generator has recently been completed. Depending on board approval, the installation of Phase 1 Tier 4 diesel generator will start this month. Depending on board approval, the design for Phase 2 Tier 4 diesel generator will also start soon. The installation of Phase 2 Tier 4 diesel generator will start in 2027. The design for Phase 3 Tier 4 diesel generator will start at the end of this year. The installation of Phase 3 Tier 4 diesel generator will start in 2028. Black & Veatch will be responsible for developing the design for installing natural gas generators at 13 sites and installing Tier 4 diesel generators at all 9 sites. Tier 4 diesel generator and natural gas generator programs are multi-year programs. So when we came to the board in July 2022 to request the board to award a professional engineering service contract to Black & Veatch for the resiliency program, we informed the board that we will come to the board periodically for this program to amend Black & Veatch engineering services contract so that different phases of natural gas generator and Tier 4 diesel generator program can be completed in timely manner. Today, we have come to the board to request the board to approve Amendment 5 of Black and Veatch Engineering Services contract. This, so that Black and Veatch can perform construction phase service for Phase 1 Tier 4 diesel generator program and Phase 2 and design and construction phase service for Phase 2 Tier 4 diesel generator program. The fee for Amendment 5 is $5.5 million. So far, in the past, we have already amended Black and Veatch contract 4 times. After incorporating $5.5 million in Black and Veatch contract, the total contract amount for Black and Veatch will be $18,035,895. We will come to the board again in the end of this year to request the board to approve Amendment 6 for Black and Veatch contract, which will allow Black and Veatch to perform the design phase and construction phase services for Phase 3 of Tier 4 diesel generator program. We have also identified the cost that will incur for SAWS resiliency program. This cost is shown in this table. This table includes the professional engineering service fee and the construction or installation cost for Tier 2 diesel, Tier 4 diesel, and natural gas generators for all sites. In my past slides, I have shown that some of the projects for the resiliency program have already started. The cost for those programs are shown in the committed column, which is in the center of this table. Some projects for the resiliency program will start in the future. Those costs are shown in the projected column next to the committed column. After considering all these costs, we have identified that the SAWS resiliency program will cost approximately $340 million. In my next few slides, I will discuss the construction of Phase 1 of Tier 4 diesel generator project. In my previous slides, I mentioned that SAWS will install Tier 4 diesel generator in Phase 1 at 3 water production facilities. In addition to installing the generators, SAWS will also install electrical equipment such as switchgear at these facilities. SAWS will construct an electrical building at each of these 3 sites to house the electrical equipment. At the end, SAWS will perform startup and commissioning to commission the generators at these sites. To implement Phase 1 of Tier 4 diesel generator project, SAWS has issued a request for competitive sale proposal, or RFCSP, in September 2025. The evaluation criteria that were used in the RFCSP are shown in this table. A technical evaluation committee evaluated the proposals without the knowledge of price and SBOP participation. In response to the RFCSP, SAWS has received 2 proposals. J.T. Vaughan Construction LLC provided the best value proposal for an amount of $37,285,741, which is 0.1% higher than engineer's estimate. The total SBOP participation for this project will be 16.64%. As I mentioned earlier, Black and Veatch was the design engineer for Phase 1 Tier 4 diesel generator project. In 2024, J.T. Vaughan Construction LLC's revenue was $1.47 billion. They were established in 1988. Their headquarters is located in Houston, Texas. They have 1,100 full-time employees with 114 full-time employees in their San Antonio office. They are experienced in installing backup generators across the Texas. The table shows some of the recently completed projects by J.T. Vaughan Construction LLC. The construction cost varied from approximately $35 million to over $295 million. We have checked the references for J.T. Vaughan's during the evaluation, and the references came positive. So, I would like to recommend the board to approve item 17 that is related to the amendment to the professional engineering service contract with Black & Veatch in an amount not to exceed $5,500,000.
Okay. You've heard the staff recommendation on item number 17. I'll entertain a motion. Thank you, trustee Reyna. Is there a second? Thank you, trustee Sapansky. Discussion by the board? Hearing none? I'm sorry. Yes.
Thank you,
Trustee
Chair.
Rocha.
I just have a question, and it's specifically with the amendments. I know this is amendment number 5. How many amendments are we allowed? Because this is just quick math, right, from 2022 till now, it's like 375% above, right? And so I just want to understand like how the amendment process works and what is allowed and up to what percentage and within how many years, right? And so just help me understand.
Thank you very much for your question. I know you were very involved I wanted to give a little background, if I could. I know you were very involved in your days on council after Winter Storm Uri. And one of the recommendations that came, and one of the recommendations or requirements from the state, from SB 3, was to install generators to harden our system. And this project does that. And at the time that we were wrestling with how are we going to implement, Black & Veatch had just completed the independent assessment, which we had presented to our board and to council at the time. And so that engineer, we procured them to do this study. When we brought this item to the board in 2022, we told the board we expected to spend between $20 and $25 million total on the contract. But we didn't know the full scope. We were developing it a little bit as we went. We knew the sites. We were negotiating with CPS at the time on the natural gas partnership. We knew what we needed in terms of the natural gas, but we were figuring things out on the fly, I'll be honest. So what we told the board is we would take this on an annual basis. So I think our initial authorization was around $2 million. But we said up front, we know this is going to be a much bigger contract, so please have some flexibility with us. So in terms of your question, how many times can we amend this contract? It really is up to the board. From a legal perspective, she can correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't have a limitation. It is really up to, I think, the board's appetite in terms of how much we're willing to amend this contract. I will say about Black & Veatch's performance, they have been a partner. They're very familiar with our system. They've done our master plan since the 1950s. So really, there really wasn't anyone better to fulfill this work.
Got it. Thank you. And maybe, and then maybe this is a question, maybe for audit, and I'll double check on that. Just trying to figure out like amount of contracts that we have with Black & Veatch and overall how much they get, et cetera, right? And so just trying to understand. So thank you, and I appreciate the clarification. And I think I vaguely recall some of this, but I was like, wait a second, this is amendment number 5. And again, I just want to make sure that we pay attention to some of the numbers. So I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
And for the record, I would just add that it was not as much as on the fly as waiting to see if our plan would be approved by TCEQ. And it did take a while to do that. And so once we got that information from them, it validated some of the original assumptions and caused us to change others. So, okay. Are there any other questions? Okay. Please vote. Okay. And we will, that item passes. We'll move to item 18. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion for approval.
Thank you, trustee Balmatis. Is there a second? Thank you, trustee Rocha Garcia. Discussion by the board. Seeing none, I would ask you to vote. There it is. Please vote. Okay. That item passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're moving now to item number 19, which is our briefing session, and the first being our drought conditions. Hi, Stephen. How are you?
Wonderful. Good morning, Madam Chair, Mayor, members of the board, Mr. Puente.
Our briefing today will provide an update on current drought conditions, a look at 2025, and impacts on our water supply. Dry weather patterns have contributed to ongoing drought in San Antonio. As a result, San Antonio has experienced a profound and persistent rainfall deficit over the past 6 years, with a cumulative shortfall of 56.75 inches from 2020 to 2025. This deficit is especially stark compared to nearby Austin, which recorded a significantly lower total deficit of 27.9 inches over the same period. The most severe year for San Antonio was 2022, with a staggering 20.87-inch shortfall. Although 2021 saw a modest 2.23-inch surplus, it was far from enough to offset the 11.68-inch deficit from 2020, let alone the worsening drought conditions that followed. This prolonged drought has had serious implications for the region's water supply, as evidenced by the J17 index well reaching 623.1 feet in May of last year, its lowest level in 35 years, matching depths last seen in 1990. In 2025 alone, San Antonio received 5.35 inches less rainfall than average, highlighting the ongoing strain on regional water sources. The Drought Monitor map shows the latest regional conditions as of January 6th. Currently, 94% of Bexar County is classified as being in extreme drought, a sharp increase from 54% just 3 months ago. Large portions of the region have worsened, expanding into extreme drought categories. Statewide, 83% of Texas is experiencing some level of drought, highlighting the widespread severity of this situation. The persistence and intensity of this drought emphasizes the critical need for ongoing water conservation and strategic management of our diversified water supply portfolio. The data shows that regional water conditions remain markedly dry. As of January 12th, we have not had any rainfall so far, compared with an average just over 0.7 of an inch for the same period. Groundwater is stressed. The J17 index well stands at 628.8 feet, which is about 39.2 feet below its long-term average of 668.0 feet. Spring flows are similarly depressed, with Comal Springs discharging at 75 cubic feet per second, roughly 225 cubic feet per second below the average of 300 CFS. Surface water storage is constrained as well. Canyon Lake is 61.5% full, holding just shy of 233,000 acre-feet. Together, these indicators, low rainfall, diminished aquifer levels, reduced spring flows, and underfilled reservoirs, highlight persistent drought conditions across the region and ongoing pressure on both groundwater and surface water supplies. The rainfall comparison shows that the current 2020 to 2026 drought is closely tracking the historic drought of record from the 1950s, highlighting the severity of ongoing conditions. Since 2020, as I was mentioning, the region has accumulated a precipitation deficit of 57.43 inches compared to 74.99 inches during the 1950 to 1956 drought period. Both droughts exhibit sustained multi-year rainfall shortfalls, though the present drought remains somewhat less severe to date. In the past 27 days, San Antonio has received about 1/4 of an inch of rain. In fact, since November 1st, we have only received 3/4 of an inch of rain, which is just 16% of our average rainfall for that period. Continued below-average precipitation could narrow this gap, reinforcing the need for proactive water management strategies to mitigate these long-term impacts. The J17 level drought comparison chart shows that current aquifer levels are nearly identical to those recorded during the 1950s drought of record. On January 12, 2026, the J17 index well measured 628.8 feet compared to 629.9 feet MSL on the same date in 1956, indicating severe stress on the Edwards Aquifer. This prolonged decline reflects the cumulative impact of multi-year drought conditions similar to historical patterns. In 2025, the Edwards Aquifer critical period curtailment was 39.16%, resulting in a regulatory reduction of 160,428 acre-feet from SAWS permitted inventory. Notably, this is the second consecutive year the Edwards Aquifer began the year in Stage 4 critical period reductions. These reductions underscore the importance of diversified water resources and conservation strategies to maintain a resilient supply during these extended drought periods. SAWS 2025 diversified water supply portfolio has been a cornerstone of resilience during the 6th consecutive year of drought. By investing in 13 water supply projects across 7 different sources, SAWS significantly reduced reliance on any single water source, mitigating the adverse effects of prolonged dry conditions. While the Edwards Aquifer remains the largest contributor at 48%, the portfolio includes critical resources such as Vista Ridge, recycled water, and ASR recovery, which collectively provide operational flexibility and stability. This diversification ensures that even when one source is stressed by drought, others can compensate, maintaining reliable service for a growing community. The strategy exemplifies proactive planning and underscores the importance of multi-source approach to sustain water security in a changing climate. Throughout 2025, SAWS' diversified water supply portfolio consistently delivered reliable production, helping offset significant reductions in Edwards Aquifer pumping throughout the year. As shown in the chart, non-Edwards sources represented in yellow maintained a substantial share of the total supply, often exceeding 40 to 50% throughout the year. This steady performance from diversified sources such as Vista Ridge and ASR and recycled water ensured that customer demand was met without over-reliance on the Edwards Aquifer. By leveraging multiple water sources, SAWS preserved aquifer levels while sustaining service reliability, demonstrating the resilience and effectiveness of our long-term diversification strategy. Looking ahead, the long-term weather outlook for San Antonio from the Climate Prediction Center points to near-average temperatures and precipitation over the next 6 to 10 days, followed by a shift to above-average temperatures and precipitation remaining near average in the 8 to 14-day window. In practical terms, this means no clear signal for beneficial rain while temperatures trend warmer later in the period, a combination that can increase evaporation, suppress aquifer recharge, and sustain drought stress. This slide highlights the key strategies that have enabled SAWS to successfully manage water supply and demand during 6 consecutive years of drought while continuing to serve a growing community. The creation of the Edwards Aquifer Authority established strong regulatory oversight, ensuring sustainable use of the region's primary water source. SAWS has built a diversified water supply portfolio that reduces reliance on potable water. We've increased a diversified supply portfolio, including recycled water, that reduces reliance on potable water. Additionally, efficient and fair watering rules supported by enforcement help moderate outdoor water use. Mostly important, the community's commitment to water conservation has significantly reduced demand, demonstrated a shared responsibility in preserving resources. Together, these measures have allowed SAWS to maintain reliability and resilience despite prolonged drought conditions that continue to challenge the 1950s drought of record. Thank you for your time. This concludes my presentation, and I welcome your comments or questions.
Thank you, Stephen. Any other questions for Stephen? I have one. So while we have successfully managed our supply and demand and the diversification plan has served us well, my questions are around how long will that serve us? So do we anticipate expanding our conservation and water rules at some point? When does a recycle system no longer serve to reduce the reliance on potable water to the degree that we understand today? And how secure are those 7 sources? What is the project rollout? Are all of the 13 projects online? So in terms of all of those questions, I'm wondering how well we can be served by the diversification plan and managing supply and demand.
Madam Chair, those are conversations we are having right now as we look into going into potentially a 7th year of drought and what those regional impacts could mean for the Edwards Aquifer, for the Habitat Conservation Plan. We're looking at future board briefings to brief the board on the HCP as we go into the spring and warm weather. And what's important to know, even if we go into a 7th year of drought, that with the water management plan that the board adopted this past June, we are resilient and we have water security for our indoor water use and for our economy. The conservation component, the outdoor discretionary water use, there are other tools in the toolbox to get us through additional years of drought if that's the way this trends. We're tracking that very closely, and we're having those conversations about bringing those board briefings before you as we get into the spring and warm weather.
Okay,
and
I was
higher
going
demand
to say,
periods.
as we approach the spring, which feels like it's right around the corner,
Yes,
this
it
month
does,
is
ma'am.
gone, how will you be educating the board on what's in our future in terms of trying to further manage the supply and demand and
And our
enhancing
community as well.
diversification? Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the, yes, trustee Reyna?
I'm wondering if we can, because we're comparing from the 1950s, if we could also maybe include a slide that tells us about the population growth. So again, you know, it's huge, and that's what we're talking about, growth and keeping up with the growth, but look at the numbers in 1950s if we're going to compare, maybe just look at those numbers as well.
I'll have that ready in February.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty, our next briefing item is on the lead and copper program. Morning.
Good morning, and thank you for having us today. Thank you. My name is Kirsten Eller. I'm the Potable Water Quality Supervisor here at SAWS, and I'm here to talk to you about the Lead and Copper Rule Revisions Compliance Program that we have developed that we call Project Lead. And before I get started, I want to start with the best news possible. Based on all the current records and knowledge that we have, we do not have one lead service line within the SAWS system. However, we still have quite a bit to learn. Waiting for it to load. All right, wonderful. So the Lead and Copper Rule Revisions, or the LCRR, is the first major update to the Lead and Copper Rule from EPA since its original adoption in 1991. The main focus of these updates, and they were substantial updates compared to the original rule, were in large part a response to what happened in Flint, Michigan about a decade ago. The compliance date for the Lead and Copper Rule revisions was October 16, 2024, and SAWS is and has always been compliant under this rule. The main focus of the LCRR really is what is called the Lead Service Line Inventory, where all public water utilities were required to identify service line materials. Now, EPA is interested in the material from the main all the way to where it enters the home or the building. In San Antonio, we actually have split ownership of that service line. From the main to the meter is SAWS property, and that is our asset. From the meter to the home is actually private property, and it belongs to the customer, which is one of the more difficult aspects of this rule because we are inquiring information about private property and completing work on private property. Every service line must fall into one of four categories. Unknown, meaning we don't know what that material is. At this time, it is completely acceptable for us to say unknown. Lead, meaning there's a lead line in place. Non-lead, which will be copper, plastic, and in some cases, galvanized. The last and probably most confusing category is galvanized requiring replacement. And this happens when there's a galvanized line on the customer side, and there is or ever has been in the history of that line a lead line or lead component upstream. So what happens when water passes through a lead line, it will actually dissolve some of that lead, bringing it into solution. As that same water passes through a galvanized line, the zinc coating inside that galvanized line acts as a lead magnet, pulls that lead out of solution, and as a result, that galvanized line becomes a lead source itself. So this galvanized requiring replacement category is trying to capture that potential lead source in that galvanized line, and it would then be considered an at-risk pipe and need to be removed from the system. So I'm going to kind of walk you through the whole regulatory timeline because we have been working on this for a very long time. So the LCRR was originally published in the Federal Register at the end of 2021 with a long list of items to work on. This includes the lead service line inventory, field methods for identifying service line materials, outreach materials and education, school and daycare programs, tap sampling within our customer homes, and replacement plans. Once EPA published this rule, they said, here's this great rule, LCR, get started on it. But we're not quite happy with it. We're going to go ahead and work on another rule, so it's coming, called the Lead and Copper Rule Improvements. So that's exactly what we did. We started working on this list. And as we moved closer to that October 16th, 2024 deadline, EPA and TCEQ gave all the utilities guidance of what really to focus on and what items were going to have a deferred timeline under the LCRI, even though we didn't have the LCRI at that point. So come October 16, 2024, SAWS successfully submitted our inventory. We have a publicly available map, and we were able to submit all of our customer notifications for at-risk or unknown materials. December 30th of that same year, LCRI was published, and in fact, it delayed multiple items that were originally LCRR and have put it on the compliance timeline for LCRI. The compliance deadline for LCRI is November 1st, 2027, and here's a high-level list of the big items that we are currently working on as we work towards that compliance goal. The schools and daycare program sampling is going to be under that compliance timeline as we anticipated. The TAP sampling replacements plans will also be included. Some of the additions to LCRI that were not in LCRR include a 10-year replacement schedule. This is a hard one because in order to have all of your lead and galvanized requiring replacement lines out of your system in 10 years, you first have to find out where they are. And in our system, that does get a little difficult. We are working diligently toward that goal. So come 2037, all at-risk lines must be out of the ground. We must have a final inventory submitted as well as completed all those replacements. Now, this is an ongoing program. Obviously, we're talking over 10 years from now. So we are going to be continually working diligently through this as we go through the entire city. But even as we hit the 2037 deadline, this won't be completed because we are dealing with private property and we will respect that private property. So if a customer does not want us to inspect or replace a line, we won't be doing that. So come 2037, we will still have lines out there that could be unknown. I'm optimistic that between now and then, we'll have other regulations about how to deal with those situations, but as of right now, we will be having all lines replaced that are under the control of the utility. So without further ado, I want to introduce you to Project LED. You can find all project information at saws.org/LED. This is the landing page for everything to do with this project. It is available in both English and Spanish. We have a bunch of just educational information on there, as well as a bunch of forms where customers can come to give us their information and participate in the program. This includes a form if you're interested in inspection, so we know that you're interested and we can get your information from there. We also are collecting self-report information, so if you know what your line is, you can go on the website and submit that and we'll incorporate it into the inventory. We have right of entries which allow us to complete inspection work on your property as well as our public-facing map. This was a very collaborative effort to develop Project LED as you're seeing it right now. We relied heavily on our contractor, Arcadis, as well as our own communication department to not only put the accurate information out there, but in a way that is ideal for our customer to come read and see and interact with. So for our lead service line inventory, I am happy to announce that we were awarded $11.7 million for inventory development. So that's going out and finding where those unknowns are and building that initial inventory. This while we have been awarded, we have not received these funds yet. And from what I understand, that can be a little bit of a longer process. This is a combination principal forgiveness as well as low interest loan. Right now, at SAWS, we have over 640,000 service lines in our CCN. About half of those, 350,000, are considered unknown at this time. Now, if you remember, I said that we have split ownership of that service line. And so this is a situation where 1 + 1 does not equal 2, it equals 1. If the SAWS side is unknown and the customer side is unknown, that's easy to say that that entire service line is unknown. However, if we have a known customer or SAWS side like copper and an unknown customer side, that answer is still unknown. So we have to fill both of those pieces before we can have an answer. And at the same time, the most at-risk material is what's going to define what that overall service line distinction is. So as a whole, about 150,000 SAWS sides are currently unknown, 350,000 customer sides unknown. Some of those are both unknown on both sides, which is why that math doesn't quite add up. There was a national lead ban in 1989 that said you can no longer use lead pipes for potable use. So any building that was built or any line that was installed after 1989, we can automatically say is non-lead based on this ban, and that actually gives us that roughly 50% of known non-lead is due to those installation dates. So as you can see, we're moving forward into figuring out those 350,000 unknowns. We have a multi-tiered approach to do that, and I'm going to kind of go through each one of these items to kind of talk about the methods that we have developed to uncover the unknowns. The first is our historical data review. We actually have a group, we call them our data scrubbers, looking through old records, trying to glean as much information as we can out of that. This includes tap slips, as-built, public records, anything we can get our hands on that's going to give us more information, we are attempting to incorporate. I will say the picture up here is actually one of the oldest tap slips that we have found. It's from 1896, and it's super cool that it has survived this long. There's no valuable information about what material it is, but it's still extremely cool, and we're really excited to see it, and we hope to find more really cool documents like this as we continue to work through this process. Now, I think it's important to note we are looking at records that actually predate SAWS as we know it today. SAWS was created in 1992. The lead ban in 1989, we are looking pre-1989. So we're relying on records that other utilities and other organizations kept and held for us so that we can now go back and rediscover them. So because of that, there are definitely some holes in parts of the city because we just do not have all of the records going back all the way for SAWS. So for field inspections, we have a few different options that we have been investigating. The tried and true method for the industry is potholing, where we take an air or hydrovac system and we dig a small hole over the service line. We're able to expose that service line, identify what it is, fill it back in, provide that information to the customer, and incorporate it into our inventory. This is an accurate method, but you are only looking at a small subset of the line. So we wanted to find other avenues that didn't involve digging in your yard, and so we actually partnered with the AMI teams. So as you can see, here's an image of some meter boxes, and they're kind of dirty and filled in. It can be very difficult to see your service line in a meter box. Sometimes they are not oriented in a way that we can see the service line at all. We may just see fittings, which we cannot use. We must see that service line. But we also have them filled in with dirt and debris, which make it really hard to see anything at all. So we partnered with our AMI teams who are already cleaning out those boxes to put in those new meters, and we actually followed their teams throughout the city to give us the best chance possible to see that service line in the meter box. Now with the AMI project finished, which is wonderful, we will not be continuing that effort at this time since the box is now already filling back in. Another option that I'm very excited to tell you about is our advanced metal detection technology. This is a technology that SAWS has pioneered with a private company. It is a non-invasive approach that was actually brought to us by EPA. So a few years ago, we were presenting at a national conference our approach and our use and testing of emerging technologies. EPA reached out to us to kind of talk about that, see what SAWS was doing and what we were learning as we were looking at some of these other technologies. Because EPA was very interested at finding more cost-effective manners than potholing to identify service lines, not only here at San Antonio, but throughout the entire country. So the relationship that we developed with EPA, they actually brought us a few different technologies simply to test and have been to San Antonio a few different times to help us do that and to observe our actions. And as a result of that, I can tell you that we will be starting and we'll be going out for an RFP soon for this type of technology, and we will be the first utility in the nation to use this technology to identify service lines for our customers. As I mentioned, this is a non-invasive detection approach. There's no digging. As you can see in that big picture, there's like big lunar lander tires. It will bend your grass, but it's not going to break it. It glides right over it. This technology was originally developed for the DoD to find unexploded ordnances. It is still used that way worldwide now. They put these on drones, on submarines. It's extremely cool. For the utility side of things, they have two different size units that we can use. The one labeled Apex is about 3 feet wide. It is rather maneuverable, even though it looks kind of difficult to move. And then there's also a smaller unit, effectively called the Mini, where it can get into those smaller areas where we have a main in the backyard and we need to get through your backyard fence to do the survey. The Apex just simply won't fit. That doesn't mean you're not eligible for one of these inspections. We just have to use that smaller unit. It's also good in smaller yards where we're able to kind of narrow in between different things. The material results give us about 4 options. The first would be ferrous material. So if it's iron or if it's steel. If it's magnetic, it's going to light up like a light bulb with this type of test, and we can make that conclusive result. Another option would be non-ferrous. So this is going to be copper and lead. This is what we can determine if it's non-ferrous. It then goes through the analytical evaluation of, okay, what type of non-ferrous material are we dealing with? It can also determine plastic by not finding anything. So if we complete a survey in a yard and we know this customer has water, we know they have a meter box, but there's nothing in the yard that looks like a pipe, we can successfully say this is going to be a plastic material because you're not actually going to detect that with this metal detection technology. There will also be a smaller subset that we cannot analyze. Maybe there's metal debris in the yard that nobody knows about that's buried in there, or a lot of garden edging, other things that can cause an interference, which make a determination difficult. So there is that category that we would have to go for other options to identify that material. So here's actually one of the members of our project-led team, David, and the video here will start in just a second. And you can actually see him walking through the yard. So physically, it's very easy to maneuver. The turns get a little difficult, get your arm work out after a long day of turning it back and forth, but David is simply walking over where we believe this service line is throughout the yard. You can see that tablet right there that he's interacting with. That allows him to interface with the instrumentation. It is tracking where he's been, so he knows where he still has to go. It also has field tools that he's able to make assessments of the data he has collected to see, well, maybe I skipped something and I didn't know it. Or there's an interference right here a little ways under the ground. Let me go over this a few more times to increase that data precision. Another really key aspect of our field inspections is actually the communications with our customers that go with that. This includes the right of entry form. All customers must sign a right of entry form to grant us permission to be on their property and to complete this work. We have documents to educate customers who want to know how to protect themselves of potential lead exposure, as well as other documents that help us provide results to our customers when we're on site right there. All of the data will be available online, but we want to make sure that we have an efficient and effective means of providing that information as quickly as possible. Another method we are using is customer-reported material. So under the rule, we are allowed to take basically the customer's word that the material is what they say it is. There's a lot of people who just know what their service line is. And there's other people who may not want SAWS to come out and complete that work. In both of those cases, that's completely fine. If a customer wants to hire a plumber to do this inspection on their behalf, they're welcome to do so. If they know what their material is, there's step-by-step instructions on our website to help them identify it correctly and report it to us. The online form can be used by plumbers, or it can be used by our customers equally to provide that information so we can incorporate it effectively into the inventory. We are also using predictive modeling. So just in this past year, TCEQ has agreed to use predictive modeling to identify materials within your service area. SAWS has been working with predictive modeling from the very beginning. We saw the value in it, and we were optimistic that TCEQ would eventually accept it. So we are extremely glad that we'll be able to use our predictive model to its full extent. It will be finalized later this month, where we'll see the final results, and we are very excited to see that. Overall, this will result in a significant savings for our customers, since we will be able to use these results. We'll be using it to assign non-lead status to ones that were previously unknown based on the output. We'll also be prioritizing field inspections as well as replacement activities to the highest risk areas first. The overall goal of this program is to get the lead out, and we want to go to those highest risk areas first to do just that. This work will also support funding applications as we move into the future, as we look at more replacement options that could be available to our customers. So this table contains estimated results as we know of it right now. So currently, we're at about 360,000 unknowns in the system. Post-model, we're anticipating getting this possibly as low as 125,000, increasing that non-lead percentage substantially. So as you can see, that is almost 200,000 inspections that we would not have to go out to complete, that we can utilize this predictive model. We do have our publicly available map. This is where any customer can go on here and figure out what we know or do not know about their home, their grandmother's home, their neighbor's home. If you go to our Project LED website, saws.org/LED, and you go down to the water service line inventory map, it's going to take you to something that looks like this. You can type your address right there at the top on that search link, and it's going to provide you some suggestions of your address, and you can click one, and it's going to automatically zoom to it. As you can see, the circle is a split circle, and this represents what we know about the SAWS side as well as the customer side. And it's providing our customers with all of that information so that they know exactly what we know about both sides of that service line. Yellow would be galvanized or galvanized requiring replacement. Blue is going to be non-lead. Green is unknown. If in fact we had lead in our system, it would show up red, but as I previously stated, as of right now, we are not aware of any lead line within the system. If you click on any one of these circles as well, it's going to pop up and just give you verbatim exactly what those results are. So in this case, customer unknown, SAWS non-lead, which is one of our most common combinations right now if you go onto the website. And you are able to search any address and pan through anything you're interested in finding. One of the biggest questions we get is what happens if we find lead? We'll be providing education materials to that customer as soon as we are aware that lead is present. Per the rule, SAWS will offer to replace that customer line at the owner's expense. Now, we know that's very expensive. As of right now, we have very few lines that have been identified of potentially needing replacement. We're hoping that the model is going to provide even more of that information. So right now, we don't have enough information to develop a funding program appropriate for what we may be replacing. So as we get more information, we will be designing something that is going to be most appropriate for the replacement situation that we will be in. The owner has the right to refuse at any point in this process if they do not want an inspection, if they do not want a replacement. It is completely up to them. It is their private property. We will respect that. There's going to be no penalties. There's going to be no actions, no shutting off of water. This is just a service that we are offering to our customers that they are available to accept or decline. It is up to them. For customers who are concerned about potential lead exposure, we do recommend using filters. Filters that you can buy at pretty much all the stores around are effective at removing lead. We do caution customers with two things. Read the packaging. Every filter is designed to take out different things at different levels. Make sure you are comfortable with the filter that you are installing with your home, and it's taking out what it's supposed to be taking out and what you want it to. Also, to follow the manufacturer prep and usage guidelines. Studies have shown that improperly used filters can actually cause more problems than help. So make sure you pay attention to that packaging and how long that you're really using it. The lead and copper rule improvements is still coming, and we are working towards all of those compliance goals to make sure we will be in compliance come November 2027. Some of these key features include the baseline inventory, which is a full update to the inventory that we submitted in 2024. We will be submitting that again and continue that annually after 2027, as well as a replacement plan, school and daycare sampling, and of course the 10-year replacement guideline, which is one of the more difficult aspects of this rule for SAWS compliance. I would like to end with just a moment of pretty much thanking all of our SAWS coworkers. This is a compliance program, so it does fall under the Resource Protection and Compliance Department. But there's not a department at SAWS that this project hasn't touched, that we haven't reached out for help and received it back. And I only expect that to continue. So this really is a whole SAWS program that we've been able to develop and will continue to work through together as a group. We've also had substantial external support and help, first and foremost from our contractor Arcadis, as well as different organizations and groups throughout the city. I'm not going to kind of read through that list, but the most important one on there really is our customers. This program will only be successful with their participation and their interaction, and we are really grateful for all of the communication, support, comments, and interest that we have received from our customers and that we anticipate receiving in the future. Happy to take any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Any questions? Yes, Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you for that very thorough briefing, Kirsten. I came back from a Water Council briefing, meeting rather, of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, where this was a topic that was heavily discussed. So I asked that we also take some time to understand our current situation. So thank you for laying that out so well. Can you help us understand, you talked about the funding piece and the cost, the high cost for the customer if they find out that there is some replacement that may need to be done on their end. Can you give us, are there lessons learned from other communities that might be further along in their journey where they have maybe found instances or had a higher rate of needing to help those customers with some kind of financial assistance? We certainly don't want folks to be, dealing with what is the cheapest option if that may not necessarily be the safest option in their understanding. So welcome any lessons learned from other communities. Thanks.
Yes, we've been talking with both city or Texas utilities as well as utilities throughout the nation about what they're experiencing. We are in the very fortunate situation that we are proving that we don't have lead. Now, there may be some out there that we have to replace, and so we are relying on kind of the information we're receiving from other utilities in those cases. I think the biggest lessons learned come from what funding might be most appropriate and to figure that out from the get-go. There's a lot of utilities out there that have started with one funding plan, and it didn't work, and they've had to kind of divert and make different changes, which is causing issues along from the very beginning. They're having to kind of go back and reassess things. So we definitely don't want to be in a situation like that. And so we're going to continue having those conversations. Education materials seem to be extremely important, making sure that that customer has all the information they need. Even if it's something that we don't currently have, we want to have that conversation to make sure they're comfortable with this situation so that we can help maneuver it with them.
Okay. Trustee Belmontes?
Thanks, Kirsten. Just two quick questions. You may have mentioned in your comments, but what are the appropriate uses of those funding? What are the limitations for the funding that we received? I understand part of it's loan forgiveness, but what are the categories that we could use those?
So the funding that we have been awarded, the $11.7 million, is for inventory development. So that can go to our contracting costs that we've incurred from developing this inventory, learning about what we need to. It can cover inspection costs, it can modeling costs, things of that nature. Anything that can be attributed to the inventory development, basically uncovering that unknown, can be used for those funds. There is more funding that I am aware of that is available in the future. So we are looking at right now the best way of applying for that for potential replacements.
Great, thanks. You mentioned earlier how you were able to piggyback off of the work that AMI was doing to do some of this work. This is a pretty massive undertaking that you're doing, or that SAWS is doing, we're doing. Are there any other operational enhancements that we've been able to see because we are out there? I mean, it's a massive assessment of our overall system. Have we identified any other operational insights just because we are out doing this inventory?
Yes. AMI really was what made the most sense, at least at the time, because we have the opportunity to see in that service line. As a whole, here at SAWS, we do not do work on the customer side. I'd say the biggest exception to that is when maybe we have a main in the alley and we are moving it to the street. We will then complete that, and we're able to leverage those documents. We always get very excited when we find old as-bills that have moved to Maine, because then we have a whole block of customer that we can basically re-identify as from unknown to a known material. But as a whole, since it is the private property that we're dealing with, we don't have any records on the private side, and we just simply don't do work typically on that customer side.
Trustee Rocha Garcia?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for the presentation. You explained it very well to where, like, even I can understand, so I appreciate that. And I thought, I turned over to Ed and I was like, that looks like a lawnmower from outer space. So very cool. Whoever gets to do that's a neat job. On the lead replacement costs, do you have like an average expense that someone would have to pay? And then would we be able to incorporate that like as part of a payment plan with SAWS if they wanted to do that?
The cost can vary greatly, and it really depends on your yard. If you have a small yard, it's going to be much lower. Industry as a whole, when they're making projections and things like that, I hear a lot of 8,000, 9,000 per service line, but it really is very situational and it's dependent. as far as a payment plan or something like that. We have not, we've discussed that option, but we've not made any decisions on that option, and it's something that I see us definitely discussing more and coming to an appropriate solution for both SAWS as well as our ratepayers.
Sure, and I think the reason that I was asking is because I anticipate that some of these might be found in certain areas, and I just want to make sure that we are able to help if folks need help. In particular, we might see them turning away and saying, no, we're not going to do this, but then it's investment in their future, right? And so, so I just want to make sure that everybody has a fair and equal chance. So whatever we can do to think about that a little bit more as we learn where we might find this would be important. So thank you so much for the job well done. Thank you, Chair.
Trustee Sapansky?
Actually, that was my question, but
Oh.
to follow up on that, though, when you do, if you did find the need for a replacement, who actually is going to perform that replacement? Would that be SAWS or just someone that we would have to outsource to?
We've had discussions about potentially going both options
Okay.
of, having a contractor in place to do that. We're working closely with our DNC department to kind of see what is most effective for these situations. The replacement plan and basically how we're going to go about that is part of the compliance deadline in 2027. So we are definitely working towards that, but we do not have any concrete plans at this time.
Great, thank you. When did your project-led webpage go live?
October 2024.
24. Thanks.
Right before the deadline.
Thank you.
So I'm thinking about your comment about not having information on the customer side in their pipes, but I'm going to bother Mr. Shannon because he's sitting in the audience, and I'm going to ask him a question about when we pull building permits. I'm going to rely on your past experience, Michael. When a customer or a contractor pulls a building permit, do we not, and I know they have to have a plumbing inspection, so is the information of the pipe on the customer side not available in the city permit process?
It is for commercial projects. Most commercial projects require engineering drawings. Then we go inspect that they installed it per those drawings. For residential customers, a lot of that is just done with the residential permit through inspections and don't have drawings. Just because of the simplicity of typical water lines like that. So we would definitely work with SAWS in any way, shape, or form to get them, the records that we have to help out. But on the residential side, it'd be real limited.
Got it. I was just wondering how that worked. I couldn't remember. Thank you. See, that's what you get for being here, but no, thanks. All right. Trustee Reyna, did you? No question? Okay. Thank you. Well done. All right, next we start our briefings on our 2025 rate study update.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Madam Chairwoman, Madam Mayor, trustees. So today we're going to talk about the next step of the rate study. I was here with you last month to talk about the first step. I will do an overview of the study objectives as well as the study process, just to refresh your memory for those who were here last month and to hopefully get those who were not here up to speed. And then we'll go into the findings from our cost of service analysis, as well as touch on the methodology. We'll do water first, then we'll talk about wastewater, and then we'll look at the combined findings. And then finally, you requested last time to a refresher of what was recommended by the Rate Advisory Committee in the last study as far as rate structure. So we will go over that so that you are prepared then for the final phase of the study, which is the rate recommendations. So the objectives of our study were to update the cost of service analysis using the fiscal year 2026 through fiscal year 2030 projected costs and billing units. So we are looking at a 5-year period. Then we compare that customer cost of service, the customer class cost of service, to the revenue that would be generated from the current rates. And throughout all of this, we're updating the cost of service and rate design models that were developed as part of the last study. So the deliverables will be the cost of service rates for that 5-year period, and then as well as an executive summary report for the Board of Trustees that has that 5-year rate recommendation. So this is the study process. As I mentioned, it is a 3-phase process. The first phase was to determine the revenue requirements. How much money do we need to generate from rates in each of those 5 years? And that is what we covered last month. We're now in phase 2. This is when we take that total revenue requirement and we allocate it to the different customer classes. So how much of that total amount do we need to recover from residential customers? How much do we need to recover from commercial customers, wholesale customers, and so forth? And then the last phase will be to determine what are the rates that would recover that amount of revenue from each of those classes. So when we looked at the revenue requirements last month, again, just a refresher, that is comprised of the operating and maintenance expense, plus the debt service that we have on the capital projects, and that also includes any reserve fund requirements or debt service coverage requirements. We also look at transfers to the renewal and replacement fund and transfers to the city. All of these sum to be our total revenue requirements. We do account for what we call offsetting revenues. So in addition to rates, there are other sources of revenue. And so we subtract that from these total revenue requirements to determine how much we need to get from the rates. And so we did all of this with the 5-year projections from the SAWS multi-year financial planning model. So in phase 2, we take that total revenue required that's the box on the left, and now we're allocating it to the functional categories and rate components. We take our projections for units like customer usage, and together those things give us unit costs for each one of these cost components or rate components. That unit cost is how we allocate to the customer classes. So to get into that in a little more detail for water, again, we're in step 2, the cost allocation. Step 2, or phase 2, is another 3-step process. So we're in these series of theories here. The first step is to allocate to what we call functional categories, okay? And this 3-step process helps us get from that budget or like a debt service payment to a customer class. Because as you can imagine, it's difficult to figure out, well, how much of this debt service payment should be recovered from residential. So we use this 3-step process to get us there. First is the functional categories, then the rate components, and then the classes. And so we'll look at the functional categories that we use for water. So we have them listed here. We have source of supply, production, transmission, distribution, customer service and billing, meter costs, and recycled water. So it's a little easier to allocate to these things because we know what the debt is paying for as far as capital projects. We know about the O&M budget and how these different line items in that budget are contributing to this infrastructure. Then the cost components or the rate components are listed here. We have base, peak day, peak hour, source of supply, and then again, customer service and billing, meters and services, and recycled water. So as an example of what we do here to get from the functional category to these cost components, we'll look at peaking. So you have your distribution system. This is a figure of a water main. And so there's a portion of that water main that is serving the average day demand. That's our base. So that's the green. So if all we ever needed to serve was that average day demand, we would only need that green portion of that water main. But we have hot days in the summer where we have peaking. So that peak day or max day needs a little extra capacity. So we need that lighter blue color. And so we would need a bigger main in order to meet that demand. And then the max hour demand needs the darker blue. So now we're at an even larger pipe. And then you still have other things. You have a safety factor, you have fire flow, things like that. So that's the black component of that pipe. And so we look at these things and we allocate those costs. So we'll allocate a portion of that to base, and that's going to be allocated to the classes based on just the average annual usage. We'll allocate that lighter blue portion to that max day component. That's going to be based on what the peaking factor is for each class. And then the darker blue component gets allocated to the max day category. And again, that's based on the peaking factor for the class. And then the rest of that is with the base. So then, as I said, we will get that down to a unit cost. And for example, the base, the unit cost might be $2 per 1,000 gallons. And so we would allocate that $2 to each of these classes based on their overall annual usage. So residential customers use more water than these other classes, and so they're going to get more of that base cost allocated to them. We do that for each one of those components, we sum it, and then we have the portion of the revenue requirements that should be recovered from each of those classes. So now we'll look at what this process resulted in. This is for water supply. This is prior to what we call beneficial reallocation, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And we're going to look at the first 2 years of our 5-year plan, 26 and 27. So this table, we have all of the customer classes listed there. The first column, cost of service. When we go through that process and we add all of that up, we determined that the residential customers should be paying $150 million of the $267 million total for the potable part of the water supply costs. And so we look at how much revenue would we get from residential customers at the current rates. We would get $145 million. So we need some additional revenue from residential customers in order to fully cover their cost of service for water supply. So that difference is 3.4%. So if we increase the water supply portion of the residential customers' rates, they'll fully recover their cost of service for 2026. And you can see that for each one of these classes. Now, you'll notice that we have a significant decrease there for irrigation, and we'll talk about that. That's part of the beneficial reallocation that we'll do. And then we have a significant increase for recycled water. Again, we'll address this in the beneficial reallocation. And so we do the same thing for water delivery. And you can see, if you remember from last month, we went through the overall increases, and water delivery had a much higher overall increase than water supply. And so that's why you see these higher numbers here. So for water delivery, we are looking at a 20% increase for residential, 21.5% for general, again, a decrease for irrigation, small decrease for wholesale. But again, this is all before we do the beneficial reallocation. And that overall is 16.9%. Now, when you look at 2027, I want to note that the budgeted revenue is based on the current rates. So the difference that you see in that last column, that's a cumulative, 26 plus 27. That is not an increase for 27 only on top of what you see for 26. Now, that's only going to be for these slides that are before the beneficial reallocation. When we get to after, we'll be looking at annual increases, so it's less confusing. Okay, so now we get into beneficial reallocation. This is what we did during the last study in cost of service. We look at recycled water. So we had that significant increase for recycled water, but we know that we want to be able to price recycled water to encourage customers to use it in the instances where that is a good substitute. And so we're going to reallocate some of that increase to residential and irrigation, because that's where we're most able to substitute for recycled water. And so they're benefiting, those classes are benefiting from the availability of recycled water that allows us to have more potable water available as a supply. And so we're reallocating a portion of that, and then that adjusted cost of service overall for recycled water is now reduced to $6.4 million, which represents a 10% increase to recycled water. And that has been determined already, that we're going to do 10% for 26 and 27. And so then we have the adjusted cost of service for those classes to the right. But we have one more step for beneficial reallocation, and that's to address irrigation, where we saw the significant decrease. You know, we want to be sure that irrigation, that we're sending a message of conservation. And so, you know, we don't want to decrease those rates. We want to be sure that those rates are put in place to encourage conservation. And so we're proposing, similar to what was done in the last cost of service study, that the irrigation increases are consistent with the overall increase. And so when we reallocate costs from the other classes to irrigation, you could see that in the third column. So for example, residential, we're reallocating $6.7 million away from residential customers into irrigation. And that helps those residential customers out, and it brings the irrigation adjusted cost of service up back to the level that they're already recovering from their rates. So after we do those two steps for water supply, we do the same thing on water delivery. This time it's only for irrigation because we don't have recycled water for water delivery. And so you see that reallocation of $7.5 million from the other classes into irrigation. So now, after we've done the beneficial reallocation for total water, so now we're looking at water supply plus water delivery, we see 26 and 27 again. And so now our overall increase for residential is 8.3% for 2026, 7.8% for 2027. And so you see the other classes as well. They're all, for the most part, pretty consistent in that range. Wholesale will see an initial decrease in 2026, but then they'll see an increase in 2027. The overall increase for 2026, 7.9%, and 8% for 2027. Now, this again is for the total class. This doesn't mean that every rate within that class is going up by this percentage. We still have to do the design, the rate design, and determine what those rates are. But overall, the revenue recovered from each of these classes is shown here. And so for the last 3 years of the 5-year period, we have the results shown here. So you can see the overall increase for 2028 is 7.3%. And then we're able to have some smaller increases in 29 and 30 of 3.9% and 2.8% overall. And generally, each customer class is in that range of what that overall is. So you can see those there. Residential 7% in 28, then 3.8% in 2029, and 2.7% in 2030. And then recycled water, after the two initial 10% increases, we are showing no increase for the last 3 years of the 5-year period. So now we look at wastewater. And so similar to water, we first allocate to the functional categories. We have more functional categories listed here for wastewater because we do get into the process level for the treatment plants. And so you can see the different processes listed there. And we allocate the costs to these functional categories. Then we allocate to the cost components. So on water side, we were looking at peaking. On the wastewater side, we're looking at the what we call the loadings in the wastewater. So the biochemical oxygen demand, the total suspended solids, in addition to the flow. And then we have the meters and services, customer service and billing. We have a collection system, retail only. This is so that we can separate out some of our costs that don't need to be allocated to wholesale. So our collection system costs, we would allocate only to our retail customers. And then we have surcharge sampling. So for those customers that do pay a surcharge for that biochemical oxygen demand and the total suspended solids, there is also a cost to go out and sample those customers to determine what that surcharge needs to be. And so finally, we get to allocating to the customer classes that you can see listed here. And so looking at those results, we just have total wastewater here. On the wastewater side, we don't have any beneficial reallocation. So this is the final result here for wastewater. So for 2026, our overall increase is 6.3%. And 2027 is 9.1%. And you can see the increases are a little varied here for wastewater. So we have 7.3% for residential, 4.5% for general. A surcharge would see a significant increase of 29.6%. But that is only for the surcharge portion of their bill. So these are typically in the general class, customers in the general class that do get billed for a surcharge for the high-strength wastewater. And so those customers, that increase is only for that surcharge portion. The other part of their bill that's based on the flow, the overall flow, would see that 4.5% increase. So combined, they're somewhere in between the 4.5% and the 29.6%. And then wholesale would see the 1.7% increase that you see there. After that first year, then they start to be a little more consistent overall. And then this slide shows the last 3 years of the study period. Overall is 7.7% for 2028, 10.4% for 2029, and 9.4% for 2030. And so when we combine water and wastewater together and look at the overall revenue increase for each class, you can see that there 2026 overall is 7.3%. Residential would be an 8% increase. For 2027, we have an overall increase of 8.4%, and 8.2% would be for residential. And then for 2028, we see a 7.4% overall increase. Residential is 7.2%. For 2029, we have a 6.3% overall increase. Residential is 6.1%. And then for 2030, 5.3% overall and 5.1% for residential. So this is our just more condensed way of looking at it that hopefully is helpful to you to see those years side by side and focusing on those percentage increases. Then we also added the cumulative column there, so you can see the cumulative over the 5-year period and the average annual for each class. So overall, our average annual increase would be 7% for the combined water and wastewater. Okay. So I'm going to move on to the rate structure discussion. In our 2022 study, this was when we had the Rate Advisory Committee, and we worked with them to determine the changes that we wanted to make to the rate structure to address the key objectives. I think the two highest ones were conservation and affordability that we wanted to address. And so this chart shows what the rate structure was before we started the study. So this was the 2022 rates, and you can see this is for residential, for water. There were 8 different tiers, and the tier thresholds were based on 100 cubic feet, even though we often bill in 1,000 gallons. So it was confusing because you had, the thresholds were not in whole numbers as far as 1,000 gallons goes, and that's how we typically see that. The Rate Advisory Committee recommended the structure on the right, which is a 5-tier structure, and the tier thresholds are tied to 1,000-gallon increments. So we have the first block was up to 4,000 gallons, and they would pay $2.54 per 1,000 gallons. And then the second block goes up to 7,000 gallons. Then the third block is up to 12,000, the fourth block up to 20,000, and then the fifth block is for any usage that exceeds 20,000 gallons. And this is water supply and water delivery combined, these rates that you see here. Also note the fixed charge on the bottom. As part of that study, we reduced the fixed charge, and there are 2 charges shown there. The first one is for customers who do not use more than the amount in the first tier. So if a residential customer uses 4,000 gallons or less, then they pay the $9 per month. But if they exceed 4,000 gallons, now they're paying $11 per month for that fixed charge. So that's what those 2 numbers are there. And it was the same way in 2022. So we didn't change that aspect of the study, we just changed the fixed charges and reduced them. And so this is a table that shows those rates, those fixed charges, the $9 and the $11. That's for the smallest meter, a 5/8-inch meter. As the meter size increases, the fixed charge also increases, but you can see what those would be. That differential, once you go over the 4,000 gallons, is $2 for all meter sizes. Now for outside city, it is $2.60 is the current differential there. That's based on the outside city multiplier of a 1.3. So, and then the volumetric rates are shown there. We saw them in the chart. They were combined water supply and water delivery together, but you see them separated out here in this table. The outside city customers do not pay a higher water supply rate, but they do pay a higher water delivery rate, and it's 1.3 times. And then the affordability charge here, that is the charge that's applied to all usage, and that is to make up for the revenue, the reduced revenue from the uplift customers from that program. Okay, so on wastewater, we see on the left the 2022 rates. So the previous structure was a 3-tier structure, and the first tier was no charge for volumetric, so it was included in the fixed charge, which is shown there, $14.53. But then you had a second tier, and then anything over that amount. Again, these were tied to 100 cubic feet. The Rate Advisory Committee recommended a two-tier structure. The first tier is up to 4,000 gallons, so it's similar to the water structure. And then anything in excess of 4,000 gallons would pay the higher rate. And again, we reduced the fixed charge from $14.53 to $10. And then this is the table that shows you in a little more detail the proposed adopted wastewater rates. So you see the fixed charges for wastewater for each meter size. The differential for outside city customers for wastewater is 1.2. So you see that in both the fixed charge and also the volumetric rate. And then you see the affordability charge there, again, to offset the reduced revenue from the uplift customers. So when we look at the uplift customers, what was recommended, we saw these two columns for residential. The Rate Advisory Committee recommended a separate rate structure for uplift customers. Previously, uplift customers received a discount on their total bill based on their income, but now they would be able to use or just be applied these lower rates. So the uplift rate structure mimics the residential rate structure in that it's a 5-tier rate structure, but the tier thresholds are a little bit lower, and then the rates are much lower. The fixed charge, if they stay in tier 1, which for uplift customers is up to 2,000 gallons, there is no fixed charge. So any customer who uses 2,000 gallons or less for water, there's no bill. There's a 0 fixed charge, and then the rate for tier 1 is 0. So once they exceed the tier 1 volume, then that fixed charge is $3. And then they would start paying these rates as they use more water. And so this is the detail on the uplift rate structure. For wastewater, it's similar to water. We have a 2-tier rate structure. The fixed charge is 0. If they stay in the first tier, there's no charge for the volumetric rate. But once they exceed 2,000 gallons, then they're going to pay $5.94 per 1,000 gallons. So, and there's the detail on that. So that is what is in place now. For the general class, we have the fixed charges there by meter size. It's a 4-tier structure, but it's a little bit different because for general class, you can have all different types and sizes of customers in that class. So it's difficult to do a tiered structure that's tied to a specific volume. And so the way it's done is the first tier is 100% of their annual or average annual consumption. So if they stick with their typical usage, then they're staying in that first tier. But once they exceed that, they start paying a higher rate. So once they go up to 125%, it's a little bit higher. And then the third tier is 175%. Anything over 175% of that annual consumption is charged at the highest rate. So for wastewater, they have fixed charges by meter size, but the volumetric rate is just a uniform rate, same rate for every 1,000 gallons used. Then we have the irrigation rates. Again, they have a fixed charge based on meter size. Irrigation is also a 4-tier structure, but the tiers are a little bit different. They are tied to a specific volume. You can see them there. The first tier is up to 8,000 gallons. then we have up to 18,000 gallons, then 160,000, and then anything that exceeds 160,000 gallons. Keep in mind, most of these customers are general customers, but we do also charge irrigation rates to a portion of residential customers' volume that is tied to what is assumed to be their outdoor usage. And then finally, we have the wholesale water rates shown here with their meter size and charge and their volumetric rates. This is also tied to 100% of their contracted rate, or contracted volume, sorry. And then wholesale wastewater is just a uniform rate per 1,000 gallons. So with that, I'll take any questions that you have.
Do I have trustees desiring to speak? Mayor?
Thank you for the presentation. Can you help me understand, why does the wastewater increase in the out years while the water does not? So if we go to slide 21 versus 26. If you look at the out, like FY '29, FY '30, that's, 3.9 versus 2.8. So that is significantly lower than the 3 preceding years. But if you look at wastewater, it's on par with the increase from the previous years. Can you help us understand why that is?
So these increases are tied directly to the projections, the projected O&M budget and the projected capital expenses. So for wastewater, there are more capital expenses in those outer years that are going to require issuing debt, and those debt service payments are increasing at a higher rate for wastewater than they are on the water side. And so that's causing those increases to continue at that level. Whereas on the water side, you don't have as much debt that's being issued for capital projects, and so, we're able to allow those increases to drop.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Jennifer before we, yes, trustee Rocha Garcia?
Thank you. Just really fast. When or where can we find your executive summary report?
Say again?
The executive summary report?
So I believe that was distributed to you. If not, it will be.
Okay, no problem. Maybe
after this
I just
meeting.
missed it, so no problem.
Is it not? Are you asking
Oh, we
for a
have it.
presentation or?
Perfect. No, that's perfect. If it's
Okay.
right here, I missed it. Thank you.
Right.
Thank
And
you.
it's, what we're covering today is the cost of service. The executive summary is going to introduce you to the next piece, and so that will be presented later.
Yes, Mayor.
Can you help articulate some of those assumptions? Because if it is related to capital improvements related to wastewater, what are some of those assumptions that are being built into that are different than they are for water? Is it, more products, affected by tariffs, et cetera, et cetera? I'm trying to.
We're going to touch on that in this next briefing a little bit.
Okay. Okay.
In-depth
Great.
briefing, he breaks it
Thanks.
down. It's a lot of information, so bear with us.
It's a lot of numbers.
Yeah. And so understanding that you all just gave us a study, so we're absorbing today, which is why we're going to talk about the schedule when Doug is ready for his part. Any other questions on the rate study update? The revenue requirements, how they're allocated to the various classes? Okay. Don't leave, Jennifer, we might have more questions, so don't leave the room.
I will be here, yes.
All right. Is Cecilia or someone will go over the executive summary, or we will go directly into Doug? I think it would be helpful if someone just walked the board through the executive summary, since both documents were issued last night and placed this morning. That would be helpful.
So the executive summary, we're not presenting that today as far as the information in it. But just to give you an update, it is sort of a teaser for Phase 3 and really kind of just skipping to the last page of the book, basically, is what you're doing in this executive summary. So it is just going through, similar to what you saw in the last section of my presentation. I gave you all of the rates that were resulting from the last study. That's essentially what the executive summary is for this study. So we're skipping ahead and showing you, based on the calculations that I just presented for the cost of service, this executive summary are the rates that would recover that amount of revenue from each of those classes.
Okay.
So, again, it's a teaser. We'll come back to you with more information, looking specifically at bills and what these rates mean for customers' bills, and what those impacts would look like for customers who use different levels of water and wastewater.
Understood. Well, I think Doug does end his presentation with some specific questions you're looking for responses from the board. So why don't you go ahead and present your proposed budget amendment and rate plan?
Okay.
And then we can better give you feedback on the information that you're asking for at the end of your presentation.
All right. Good morning, Chair Jameson, Mayor Jones, Mr. Puente, and members of the board. As you'll recall, back in November, this board approved a budget for 2026 that did not require a rate adjustment to our base water and sewer rates. However, as mentioned at that time, the approved budget did not allow SAWS to continue its level of investment in several key initiatives, including our wastewater treatment master plan, and our water stewardship initiative. The proposed 2026 budget amendment included in this briefing does provide the needed funding for these initiatives while still maintaining very competitive essential use water and sewer rates, with these rates remaining at levels less than those in place at the time of our last water and sewer rate increase back in 2020. We will also provide you with a potential 4-year rate plan, which is being put forth rather than the previously outlined and captioned 5-year plan, as it better aligns with the current terms of the City Council, who will need to consider this request, this proposal. So this first slide simply lays out the current proposed 2026 amended budget timeline. As you can see, there are at least 2 more opportunities after today for the board to provide feedback on not only the 2026 amended budget, but also the proposed rate plan. I also want to point out that the dates are not set in stone. I think there was some alluding to that. I welcome your feedback, and we certainly can adjust some of these dates as we need to. So Jennifer provided you with a very detailed overview of both the current cost of service analysis as well as SAWS' last rate study. I just want to quickly further emphasize some of the highlights of that process, and later in the briefing we will discuss the timing of the next full rate study, including rate design. So while we did do a little bit, there's much more that can be and has been done in the past relative to rate design. You saw the change in the structures. You saw the increase in the rollout of the uplift program, some of the other things that we did. So I just want to touch on some of the rate structure highlights again at that last full rate study. So let's start with highlights of the residential rate structure and bill changes. The first thing to point out is that the residential rate structure changes focus primarily on affordability. In particular, affordability of essential water use. We define that as the water used to support our families inside the home. So through the residential changes implemented, the average residential bill was reduced by 8.7%, or nearly $6 per month. At the same time, supporting our community's focus on water conservation, stronger price signals were sent on water usage above 9,000 gallons. So we kind of drew the line at 9,000 gallons. Everybody under 9,000 gallons saw a water rate reduction. And if you were using more than that, that usage above that 9,000 gallon actually saw some increases. As has been our past practice, during the conduct of these full-blown rate studies, we recalculate our average residential water and sewer usage based on the averages seen during the immediately preceding 5 years. So reflecting our continued conservation efforts, you can see here that 5-year residential water usage declined by 11.5% from 7,092 gallons to 6,275 gallons per month. Similarly, during that same 5-year period, our average residential sewer usage declined 10.9% from 5,668 gallons per month to 5,052 gallons per month. So significant reductions not only in the rates that we charge, but actually customers' usage. So some other highlights, due to the 2022 cost of service study that found that, as Jennifer spoke about, that found that residential wastewater customers were paying more than their cost of service, 100% of residential customers received a reduction in their sewer charges. So from 2022 to 2023, 100% of residential bills did go down for wastewater usage. Additionally, 100% of our uplift customers paid less, or at least no more than they were previously paying. And the ones that paid no more than were already paying zero, so we didn't go less than zero, obviously. With a customer on the uplift program, the average amount of water and sewer, if they used the average amount, they received a discount of between 33% and 57% from their previous bill amount, depending on the level of the discount that they qualified for previously. And as pointed out previously, all water bills that reflect usage of less than 9,000 gallons were reduced. This represented at the time 83% of the residential bills generated in the year. I need to get the data. Currently, it might have come down a little bit, but I would guess, if anything, more of our bills are in 2025 were at 9,000 gallons or less. But back in 2022, it was 83% of the bills. Finally, the fixed charges were reduced by, as Jennifer pointed out, by 20%, ensuring even greater affordability for customers using modest amounts of water. Jennifer talked a little bit about the separate uplift residential rate structure. I next want to highlight some of the specifics of that uplift affordability program and how the rates and charges for these compare to our non-uplift residential customers. So the key differences are that uplift customers do not have a charge for the first 2,000 gallons of water. So again, if they if they use less than 2,000 gallons of water, they will not get a SAWS bill other than for the pass-through fees that we don't control. The Edwards Aquifer Authority fee is the big one, and the TCEQ fee is the other small fee. The fixed charges for uplift customers that exceed 2,000 gallons of water usage pay $3, as she pointed out, as compared to either $9 or $11 currently paid by non-uplift inside city limits residential customers for their water service. In order to continue to promote conservation for all customers, there are still tiered rates for uplift customers, but those rates for water use above 2,000 gallons are currently 40% to 50% below the rates paid by customers not in the program. Uplift customers also do not pay a fixed charge for wastewater service as compared to the $10 currently paid by non-uplift customers. The cost of the uplift program is currently paid for by a pass-through fee assessed to all non-uplift customers in all customer classes in the amounts shown on this slide. The final slide regarding the prior rate study shows the total combined water and sewer bill for a residential customer using that 6,275 gallons of water we discussed earlier and having an average winter consumption of 5,052 gallons for wastewater billing purposes. Again, we don't meter separately the wastewater usage. We estimate it based upon your average winter consumption, your average winter water use. Such a customer not eligible for the previous affordability discount program paid the $66.68 amount shown on the top of the bar on the left-hand side. This same customer that would have been eligible for the maximum discount under our, what we referred to as our affordability discount program, would have paid the $38.33 shown roughly halfway up on the same left-hand side bar. Upon the rollout of these changes in 2023, a customer, using the same amount of water would pay the amounts shown on the right-hand side bar, $60.88 for a customer not enrolled in Uplift, and $25.32 for the average Uplift customer. Next, before we get into the proposed 2026 budget amendment, I want to spend just a minute sharing with you our year-to-date 2025 financial results. As we have not, as of yet, gotten our year-end books closed, this slide shows you our year-to-date November sources and uses of funds, which is consistent with our budget methodology, basically a cash basis. This first slide shows that our total sources of funds are approximately $29 million less than budget. However, these budget shortfalls have been more than offset by lower than forecast expenditures on O&M expenses and debt service and debt requirements. On the next 4 slides, we'll drill down and provide further discussion on the 4 highlighted budget variances. So the first of those budget variances is in operating revenues to the tune of about $11.7 million. And you can see the first variance that I wish to discuss is that indeed variance at $11.7 million. This negative variance reflects primarily water usage patterns consistent with those shown on this slide. While a little busy, this slide does show you water usage in millions of gallons by rate tier, both for residential usage shown on the top and irrigation class usage shown on the bottom for November year-to-date usage in 2023, 2024, and 2025. And what you can see, the big takeaway from this slide is shown in yellow, where you can see the reduced level of usage in the top tiers for both residential customers and irrigation class usage. So our messaging is getting through. It's working. People are moving out of those top tiers. That's great from a water supply perspective. That does have some ramifications as we deal with those reductions, those significant reductions from the revenue perspective. As was shown in the previous briefing, SAWS has an increasing block structure for its water rates, which results in reductions in usage within the higher tiers, having a significant impact on operating revenues. As you can see, the declines in usage within these tiers has resulted in approximately $32 million in operating revenues as compared to 2023 levels. However, this reduction has been partially offset by the November year-to-date drought surcharge revenue, which back in 2023 didn't even exist. The drought surcharge was a tool that was implemented in 2024, went into effect midway through 2024, and has helped to offset. Otherwise, we'd be looking at a much greater revenue shortfall from these changes in behavior exhibited by our customers. So this slide shows you a summary of how the impact fees budgeted for 2025 was derived. The budget took into account the equivalent dwelling units, or EDUs, which were projected to be added over the next 10 years per the impact fee study, which was completed, as I said, in mid-2024. And then we also have the current rates per EDU to come up with a projected impact fee by type. While average capital recovery fee collections have exceeded budget during each of the last 5 years prior to 2025, the 2025 budget did not anticipate slightly slowing development or the use by developers of impact fee credits that they may have earned through the oversizing of infrastructure. As a result, on a year-to-date basis through November, we are about $14 million lower than budget in terms of impact fee collections. However, that really doesn't really impact us until the next fiscal year, because we don't count on impact fee collections in a given year to fund capital projects of that given year. We look at them towards the next fiscal year. So more than, as I've mentioned, more than offsetting these source of funding shortfalls are lower than forecast uses of funds, particularly in the area of O&M expenses as shown on this slide, and debt requirements, which we're going to touch on the next slide. This slide details the $13.6 million favorable variance to budget for O&M expenses, with the three largest drivers highlighted. First, the total benefit costs are higher than budget due to about $2.5 million unfavorable variance in retirement costs, reflecting higher than forecast actuarial determined contributions for our pension plan. So we had to make about $2.5 million greater contributions to that plan. Obviously, with the market performance that we've seen over 2025, certainly we would anticipate that we have some favorable experience, whereas before we had some unfavorable experience that rolled into this year's totals. There's also a $1.9 million unfavorable variance in accrued vacation, which reflects changes to our personal leave policy as well as some timing issues. Again, we see a lot of vacation. We budgeted on a straight line basis. A lot of the vacation that our employees take is taken in December. And so we will see, I would anticipate seeing that negative variance come down a little bit when we close the books in December. That unfavorable benefits variance is more than offset by a favorable variance in water options, with 80% of that favorability attributable to one particular contract inherited from Bear Met, which has produced very little water during the depths of this ongoing drought that Stephen talked about. Finally, contractual professional services, including legal charges, are favorable by almost $7 million to the year-to-date budget. This favorability, when we looked at it a little bit harder, does stem, we believe, from some level of over-budgeting and has been reduced in the 2026 budget, as you will see in the next few slides. By far, the largest favorable variance for the year is in debt service requirements. Consistent with prior years, SAWS budgeted to issue its new money bonds in early January. However, given our strong cash position and existing market conditions, we waited to issue these new money bonds until late October, resulting in more than $23 million in bonded debt service savings. We also saved about $3.2 million through various bond refundings executed during the year and realized interest savings relative to our budget on the relatively small amount of variable rate bonds that we do have outstanding. Finally, we recognize savings relative to budget under our commercial paper program, both in terms of outstanding balances as well as projected interest rates. So when we take that all together, when you look at our key credit metrics, those two being days cash on hand and total bonded debt coverage, as we've explained to you previously, one can see that while both have trended slightly downward during the year, they still exceed our target levels, although total bonded debt coverage is getting very close, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go forward. So next, I want to talk a little bit about the proposed 2026 budget amendment. Before I go there, it's obligatory that I show you our rates and charges waterfall here. I just like to show this because, again, this just talks about how we were required by ordinance to generate gross revenues sufficient to pay, and in order of priority. First, we pay all of our O&M expenses. Second, we meet our debt service and reserve fund requirements. Third, we make our transfer to the city's coffers. And then finally, any surplus is transferred to the renewal and replacement fund. And that amount represents really two things. It provides us the debt coverage in the current year, and then it does, as I mentioned before, provide funding, cash funding that we can apply to our future year CIP programs. So when we look at the budget, the proposed 2026 operating budget amendment seeks to provide an additional $60.5 million in operating revenues. As you can see, this additional revenue will fund an additional $15.6 million in operating and maintenance costs, $26.5 million in debt service requirements. When you factor in a coverage factor on that $26.5 million, it's more like $45 million. An additional $2.4 million in SAWS transfer payments to the city of San Antonio, and $16 million more transferred to the renewal and replacement fund, which again, that really represents that debt coverage that we are looking for, as well as provides cash funding for that future CIP. I next want to take just a couple of slides to speak about the operations and maintenance budget first, and then we'll talk about the debt requirements. So first, as shared with you previously during the last almost 5 years, SAWS has absorbed a cumulative total of 24.4% of cost increases as measured by the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers. Given that salaries are our single largest cost category, these increases have a significant impact on our overall operating costs. You can see that here as I prepared a roll forward of O&M costs from the 2025 budget to the proposed 2026 amended budget. You can see that we are proposing a total increase of almost $26 million, or 4.8% O&M growth. Looking at the highlighted figures, which will be discussed in more detail on subsequent slides, they cumulatively account for almost $19 million, or 73% of the $25.9 million increase. Also, if you factor in the previously discussed $4.8 million increase related to the decreased cost capitalization pertaining to the completion of the Connect H2O rollout, it represents almost 90% of the total O&M increase. So in looking at the request, and as I shared on that previous slide, the first line item was personnel additions, 37 net new positions. So when you look at that request for a net 37 new positions, I thought I would try to place SAWS budgeted headcount into historical perspective. As you can see, during my first year here as the CFO of SAWS way back in 2005, the total budgeted payroll was for 1,807 employees. At that same time, you can see amounts detailed for the year-end customer connections served. So back in 2005, we served 680,000 customers, roughly, customer connections. And we had roughly 9,000 miles of water and sewer mains. And you can see some of the other data there, the net capital assets, the water service area, the wastewater service area, et cetera. I've then replicated each of those data points in 5-year increments through 2025 and showed you our projection levels for 2026 as well. The final column simply calculates the percentage increase that you would see from 2005 to 2026 for each of those categories. The takeaway is that while SAWS has added to its budgeted headcount, particularly since 2005, with most of that growth taking place subsequent to 2020, that growth has been significantly outpaced by other growth measures such as customer connections, miles of water main that require maintenance and replacement. Chairwoman, I know you asked about how we compare, how do we benchmark against this? And we do benchmark. Our customer to employee ratio is one of the things that we benchmark. So the more connections each individual employee can serve means you're being more efficient as an organization. And our customer to employee ratio is right around 500, which is one of the highest of the people that we benchmark. I think we're in second or third place depending on the year. So Phoenix is the only one. Haven't quite figured out what they're doing that we're not doing, but they do have a higher customer to employee ratio than we do. I'm at 500 to 1. Yeah, roughly 500 to 1. So next, focusing on the $4.9 million budgeted for salary adjustments as well as the $4.1 million increase in the benefits budget, one can see a summary of the proposed changes on this slide. First off, we are proposing to increase SAWS living wage from $19 to $20 while also adjusting the starting rates for grades 14 and 15 as well. Employees within these three grades, 13, 14, and 15, will receive a 3% increase or a move up to the new minimum, whichever is greater. Proposed performance pay has been funded at 3% of salaries with an additional 0.5% budgeted based upon how we perform relative to the CEO scorecard performance metrics. Finally, increased benefit costs, particularly in the areas of insurance and retirement costs, reflect both the increase in headcount as well as the higher projected salaries of our employees. Finally, the last O&M expense that I want to touch on is the water option and groundwater district payments. So the costs associated with the procurement or maintenance of SAWS' various sources of water supply are captured in the water options and groundwater district payment accounts. As can be seen, the proposed budget for these accounts in 2026 is about $5.4 million greater than budgeted in 2025. The largest single variance reflects the increase in the rate assessed on our Edwards Aquifer groundwater rights. So the EAA, again, they set their own rates. They went from $90 per acre foot to $97 per acre foot. And so we are seeing the impacts of that. We're the single largest rights holder of Edwards Aquifer groundwater rights. So it does have a significant impact. So you can see it's causing our costs to go up by about $2 million. As you will recall, the capital and raw groundwater unit price for Vista Ridge is fixed for the term of the agreement for the next 30 years. However, there are amounts due under the contract for O&M costs as well as renewal and replacement costs, such as for a pump or a motor that they might need that we wouldn't capitalize, but it would be a renewal and replacement item. So they are projecting increases in those budgets, and so we are seeing about a $1.6 million increase in the overall Vista Ridge. Again, the capital raw groundwater unit price is fixed, but the O&M costs, including renewal and replacement costs, is going up by about $1.6 million. Western Canyon or Canyon Lake water is also seeing an increase in both what they are assessing us for the raw water rate as well as their O&M charge. And finally, Canyon Regional is also projecting an increase in their pass-through for renewal and replacement costs. So turning next to our capital and financing budget, I want to start off this section by, again, acknowledging the significant increase in construction costs that have been seen both nationally and regionally. This slide, which depicts the annual increase seen in the Mortenson National Construction Cost Index for each of the years 2021 through 2024, and then for the first 9 months of 2025, because the data is not available for year end yet. As summarized in the subtitle, these figures reflect a 43.5% cumulative increase in this index over the past 4.75 years. So I don't know that all this translates into our exact situation. We may do better than some of these indexes on certain costs, but it certainly had an impact. The rising costs of construction have certainly had an impact to SAWS. We see that. We go out and build a tank, and sometimes we find that the same tank that we built 5 years ago costs double what it costs today. So during that time period, 2021 through 2025, we have added a lot of capital. We've had a lot of major capital improvements, and you can see that we've had a cumulative 5-year CIP budget during that time period that we've of $2.9 billion that we funded with $1.6 billion of new money debt proceeds. So we've taken on a lot of borrowings, funded a lot of capital. You can see some of the major initiatives that we funded. We did all that without a rate increase. So I'm really proud of what we've been able to do and accomplish, but it can't go on forever. I mean, some of the things you heard about earlier today, the Senate Bill 3 required resiliency measures, $340 million of, that was an unfunded mandate that we were required to do. Again, it's the right thing to do, and we were happy to do it, but it is going to cost us $340 million to fully executed. The Water Stewardship Initiative, you know how important that is, how we need to make sure we take care of our cheapest source of water, and that's water that we already have. So looking now specifically at the 2026 CIP budget amendment being requested, this slide lays out the proposed additions to the 2026 CIP program. As you can see, the 2026 CIP is being proposed to grow from the $258 million that was originally approved back in November to almost $608 million, with a breakdown of these additions being summarized on the right hand of this graphic. As you can see, the largest additions being requested by far are the two very large treatment rehab projects at the Stephen M. Klaus plant. As pointed out previously, during the last several years, we have made some substantial investments to our infrastructure without the need of a rate adjustment. However, as also pointed out, our most critical credit metric, bonded debt coverage, continues to decline and is now at a level just slightly above our targeted level. With the proposed 2026 CIP amount of $608 million, we are now at the point that we need to request additional rate support. We do not take this lightly, but we believe that these increases are necessary to allow us to carry out the investments summarized on this slide while simultaneously keeping our credit metrics strong. This in turn will enable us to maintain our highest in history credit rating, which allows us to minimize our current and future financing costs. Unfortunately, as you have already seen, as we showed you at the last meeting back in, I can't remember if I showed, yeah, this was shown in November. The years of $600+ million capital improvement programs don't end with 2026. As shown during the November budget briefing, our expectations for CIP needs for each of the next 5 years are all in excess of $600 million, with a cumulative total being forecast currently of $3.2 billion over that next 5-year period. This investment is projected to be split, with wastewater representing almost $1.75 billion and combined water delivery and water supply accounting for $1.48 billion over the next 5 years, with the remaining $14 million consisting of district cooling capital spending. To your point, or your question earlier, Mayor, about why wastewater increases are more than the water increases, it has to do with a couple things. A, we're spending more money on wastewater future capital programs, particularly in, you can see their amount, the dramatic amount in 2030 there. But B, water supply, the way we currently have our rates structured, we have enough money. We don't need, we can cash fund a lot more of our water supply because we have cash reserves that have been building up in water supply. We got the Vista Ridge rates in 2020. We haven't had a large water supply capital project since that time. So we've been building up renewal and replacement funds in water supply. One of the things I want to look at as we go through a future rate study, a full-blown rate design study, is looking to potentially merge the water supply and water delivery rates into one water rate. When does a water project move out of the bucket of water supply and into the bucket of water delivery? I think it would be a lot easier and it would be a lot more efficient as a utility for it all to be under one bucket. So as we pointed out, wastewater capital spending is more than 50% of the 5-year total CIP. The largest current wastewater need is described on this slide, which again, you've also seen previously. While it did help us a great deal to keep the wastewater treatment plants out of our EPA consent decree, we did defer some much needed improvements at these facilities during the term of the decree, which has really taken over the last 12 years. We entered into the decree in 2013. The needs can no longer be deferred. So this chart just shows you, most of this briefing is focused on 2026. I wanted to show you a little bit of what we're seeing out there for 2027 and through 2030. At future briefings, we'll come back and talk a little bit more about some of the out years, but you can see some of the CIP major projects and programs from 2027 to 2030. And as I point out, reliable service delivery does require significant investment. So this chart just shows you a summary by category of the major projects currently projected within the CIP for the years 2027 to 2030. The top two rows of numbers represent water delivery improvements led by water main replacements and production and upgrades, including 2 more tranches of expenditures related to the mandated Senate Bill 3 resiliency improvements. So we've got I think $57 million in both 2027 and 2028 to deal with the Senate Bill 3 mandate. As I mentioned, the next middle 3 rows detail the water supply capital spending plans, including an expansion of the capacity of our ASR and the local Carrizo project, as well as needed recycle water investments. So there is adequate funding, as I mentioned, quite a bit of funding reserved within the water supply business unit, so that won't have as large a capital or rate impact. Finally, the bottom 2 rows summarize the primary wastewater activity led by sewer main replacements and the aforementioned treatment plant upgrades, improvements, and expansion. One thing I would point out, you see that big jump in sewer main replacements in 2030. That's a project called the Central Stem. It's one of kind of the backbone, if you will, of our central watershed wastewater collection system, and that project in and of itself is about $176 million. So that's what's driving up that. It's in that $330 million figure cited there. There's another large project, E20, that's also in that figure. That's about a $60 million project in 2030 as well. So this slide is another one. I apologize for regurgitating some of my slides, but this slide is just a reminder once again of our strongest in history credit ratings. And I just want to again stress the criticality that they play in keeping our borrowing costs down to a minimum. Well, I know I shared with you this exact same slide back in October. I think the messaging is just so important that I decided to show it to you again. And as they point out, and I think I probably cited some of these, but factors that could lead to negative rating action. That's something that we don't want to have happen. CIP cost increases not supported by adequate rate adjustments. Fitch cited that as one of the reasons why they might see a future negative rating action. Negative rating action could occur if this happened, and that was their statement. Moody's cited weak operating performance that drives down key metrics to levels at or below 1.7 times debt service coverage and liquidity levels that fall below 300 days cash. So those are a couple of the things that they cited, and one of the things we're trying to avert with the request for this rate adjustment. Finally, I want to discuss the term of the rate plan to be sought from City Council. While there are obviously a number of options, we could ask for a 1-year, a 2-year, a 3-year, 4-year, 5-year. Or any combination probably. We tried to narrow it down to 2 options, one encompassing 2026 and 2027, which is by the time we get it implemented, depending on the timing, it could be closer to a 1.5-year rate increase as opposed to a 2-year rate increase. And then the second one, the second request or the second option being put forth is seeking support from 2026 through 2029. You can see the various pros and cons of these 2 options. I won't read them for you, but I would point out that regardless of the term ultimately chosen, we are already thinking about the timing of our next full rate study, including rate design. Again, I think it's an important one. Current thinking is that this study will take place in 2028 and 2029 with implementation in 2030, but certainly welcome to feedback that you all might have. And it is a major undertaking. Any of you that went through the last one, it took us more than 6 months of regular meetings with the Rates Advisory Committee, but it's a worthwhile process, but you do need to invest the amount of time to do it right. So what everybody's been waiting for, what are we seeing for future rate adjustments under either of these potential rate plans? Obviously, Jennifer's presentation talked about, and I think her model, she has a separate model that they went through. Our model is supporting, we took some of the rates that she was developing in her model and plugged them in, and that's how we came up with the rate increases you see, or the impact on the average residential bill that you see outlined here. And you can see that the proposed 2026 charge for average residential customer is, we're projecting it to go up 8% on kind of the top line, and then when you factor in pass-through costs, it's about 7.9%, including the pass-through charges. It is important to note that this proposed charge is still projected to be less than the bill for the same amount of usage that we had back in 2020. So if we turn the clock back to what people were paying in 2020, 2021, 2022, before we did the last rate restructuring, they were paying that level, $66.73. What we would be asking for them today in 2026 would be $65.17. Looking at the next 3 years beyond 2026, you can see that we are currently looking at annual increases between roughly 6.5% to 7.5% per year. Obviously, the further out we get, there's probably a little bit more variability in these figures and less certainty in the projections, but that's a pretty good estimate of where we think we will be. So, in kind of wrapping things up, this next slide shows you how SAWS current residential rates for a customer using our system-wide average for both water and sewer compare to other cities in Texas. As you can see, our existing and proposed rates for 2026 are very competitive. We have currently we are combined at those usage levels, our combined rate is cheaper than anybody else we've found basically in the state. Even with the increase, we'll move ahead just slightly ahead of Dallas if we're so blessed to get the full amount of the proposed 2026 rate adjustment. But it's something we will continue to make. I can tell you these are going up. El Paso's got one that's scheduled to go into place March 1st. Their bill is to go up an additional $9.99 for their average residential customer, so just less than $10. Houston's got another increase going into effect on April 1. So we're seeing a lot of activity out there, a lot of increases coming through in this space. So that concludes my prepared comments, and I would now be happy to answer any questions that you might have, as well as to receive any comments that you may have. And we certainly welcome the feedback, but have particular interest in your feedback relative to the term of the rate plan and the rate request. Should uplift program, I should have pointed out, right now, what we propose to you assumes no impact whatsoever on uplift customers. Those customers that qualify for our uplift affordability program would see no increase whatsoever in their bill. They would pay the same amount today as they do, or a year from now as it isn't factored into any of the increases. Do we want to increase them at half of the level of other residential customers? Do we want to increase them at the same level as other residential customers? Do we want to leave them totally unchanged? Right now, what is built in is that they are totally not impacted. Obviously, if you have any questions about the rate study, certainly me or Jennifer or Cecilia. And then finally, the amended budget and rate plan timing. I know that's one of the things you were interested in talking about. Yes. So with that, happy to take any comments, questions.
Okay, thanks, Doug. I would ask the trustees to please light your mic so I can see who's wanting to speak. Trustee Sapansky.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you for that presentation. Just a quick question on the Uplift program. Is there a maximum number of individuals that can participate in that program? There's not a cap?
No, there's not a cap right now. Right now, they're limited. Our current rules are that they would be limited. They have to be 125% or less of the federal poverty guidelines. Okay. We are looking, one of the proposals in this budget is to raise that to 150%.
Okay.
So there might be some more availability. We have had, I can't speak to, I don't know the exact reasons why, but we have seen some people not recertify. We do require them to recertify periodically to make sure that they still qualify for the plan.
So you don't foresee a whole lot of change there in terms of participants?
No, we've actually seen a reduction, unfortunately,
Yeah.
in the number of participants in the plan.
Okay. It could be their status changed as
It
well.
could be.
Yeah, thank you.
Trustee Reyna?
What is the percentage of our customers that fall into this category currently? And has it changed over the years? Do we have those numbers?
We're right around 30,000 out of a total of almost, 575,000 water connections.
30,000 customers. And does that fluctuate a lot?
It
does. You said it's gone down, but
Well, what's happened is Doug indicated that we, unlike everybody else, require our customers, our participants, to recertify every 3 years. And so that's why we've seen a decline. But we're going to continue to go out and reach out to them. And so we were just meeting this morning, and part of it's going to be for the biggest chunk that just came off the rolls is to work with another third party perhaps and go and actually knock on those doors. Because what we've done in the past is knocked on doors in areas where we know the need is great, but we don't have as much participation. And so that's going to be a revolving door so that we can continue to try to reach out to the families that need the help. And what we've done in the years past, is rather than making them come to us, we have team members that go out into the community every day. We have hours set up at different council offices a couple times a week, as former councilwoman knows. And then what we do is we partner with third-party agencies like the food bank. We know that if people are having a hard time paying their water bill, and that's probably the smallest bill they're going to have other issues. And so we partner with folks like the food bank, ACOG, our friends at CPS. So we all get together regularly, and so we try to share information as much as possible so that we can continue to help the families that are the most vulnerable.
okay, those efforts sound great, but has the certification process by any chance gotten a little bit more complicated? Is it a online only, and we have people who still maybe not online?
No, ma'am, it's very simple. We have a paper application as well as an online. And so we try to be as easy to work with as possible. One of the requirements to recertify is to provide some financial documentation. So that might be an issue with some residents, that they don't want to share that information. But we're going to continue to knock on every door we need to and go out to every event we can because the need is great. And we have an outstanding program, as Doug just went over. And so the more that we can do to get in front of more folks, we're going to do it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have
Trustee
one more
Sapinski.
follow-up
Yes.
to that conversation. So you mentioned, Doug, that you're looking at increasing the FPL from 125 to 150. Is that confirmed, or is that something you're
That's-
still considering?
Baked into the numbers that
It
we
is.
presented today.
And with that change, using that 30,000 number of participants, do you foresee, have you already forecasted what that might look like?
Well, we know by going from 125% poverty to 150, that would open up a population of an additional between 26,000 to 30,000 families.
Okay, all right.
So we know that there's going to be a larger group to go at. Now, finding them and then getting them to participate is going to be another question. But we will go and knock on every door and turn over every stone because, like I said, if you need the help, we have a great program for that.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Belmontes, did you?
Doug, I know we've talked about this a lot over the last few years, but I know the presentation on our key metrics for the rating agencies, we had the debt service coverage and the days cash on hand. As we go into further discussions on the rate study, I do think that there's probably there's a risk of misperception of, when you see 400 some days cash on hand on a utility sitting on a lot of cash, and we're asking citizens to pay an additional $4, $5 per month. I would suggest it's probably helpful that even though it may not be appropriate for an audience such as, the rating agencies, but that we kind of show how it's baked into how we finance our capital budget. So there's a certain amount that we need to maintain, but over the last several years, there's been a certain amount that every year we anticipate funding a certain amount of our capital budget, and frankly, it's probably not enough. So my suggestion is just from a communication standpoint that we somehow get creative in how we explain days cash on hand.
I'll try to bring back a slide that I prepared. Former Councilmember Courage used to have a lot of questions about days cash on hand. And so we prepared a slide which basically showed that most of that cash, while it is unrestricted, it's pledged for prior year and current year CIP. So there's not a lot of that cash. Again, it kind of rotates, but it's already spoken for the most part. So I'll try to bring back a slide and cover that at next month's briefing.
And the bond rating agencies expect us to have it on hand for that very purpose, so.
Yeah. As well as other purposes, any unforeseen emergency. They like you having some ability to deal with something like Winter Storm Uri.
Right. Trustee Rocha Garcia.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Doug, for the presentation. On page 12, line item number 6, can you help me understand what water options are?
I'm sorry?
The water options line item?
Water options. So the biggest thing in that is the amount that we pay to Vista Ridge. What is it? It's like $96 million. So of that, 117.5, it'll go up another $10 million plus in December. So it'll be $130 million. Of that, 2/3 of it is, or more, is Vista Ridge. So it's the procurement of external water supply sources. So things other than the Edwards. The Edwards is captured in something called groundwater district payments, but all the other amounts that we pay for our various sources of water supply, including Canyon Lake, Regional Carrizo, all those projects all get rolled up into water options.
Got it, thank you. And then on page 20, I know we have the EAA fee, for instance, right, the increased cost. Can you kind of give just like a general perspective in terms of like percentage, how much of this increase is budgeted towards changes that are mandated or that we have to follow? Just kind of rough estimate, what percentage would you say?
Right now, the wastewater treatment plants are not mandated. They could be if we have some violations in the future. As I said, we were really proud to be able to keep them out of consent decree, so that helped limit the amount of the consent decree that we had to spend from a mandated standpoint. That's kind of a dual-edged sword. It's good and bad, because when you have that mandate, people know you have to spend it, whereas now they say, well, you can defer that another year. We're just at a point we can't do that. But I'll have to come back to you to try to get you an exact figure, but I would say the mandates are not inconsequential. I mean, you know, we talked a little bit about the Senate Bill 3, this lead and copper. You heard Kirsten talk a lot about, we've got a lot of costs going towards lead and copper. Thankfully, in 2026, we will get help by that money that we're scheduled to receive on March 16th. Is the closing date for that loan with the Texas Water Development Board, but it's certainly an impact. So.
Chair, just a quick example, as a mandate, today you just appropriated $42 million on the Senate Bill 3 requirement. So if you add that up, it's sizable.
And I think that's what I was trying to get at, right? Like with our messaging, like what part are we really doing, I would say proactively, what part are we doing because it's kind of been sped up, if you will, to use your analogy of earlier. And then also, you mentioned a few cities, and you mentioned the Texas cities, which I'm glad that we do that. You mentioned Phoenix. What are our benchmark cities? What other benchmark cities do we use?
Well, the Texas cities that we outlined, we look at them as well as, I can bring back, trying to remember who was all on the list, but Phoenix is on the list.
Do we use the same ones that the city uses, like San Jose and some of the other ones, do you?
No, some of the, well, San Jose, for example, they have a private. They don't have
Sorry.
And so
Good
the
point.
level of information
Yeah.
that they provide is much less than the public entities. We're a little bit more transparent than they are.
Yeah, got it.
So we can't get information
Yeah.
on San Jose. We did look at all the top 10 cities,
Mm-hmm.
if I recall, we looked at every, so that included New York, LA, all the top cities from in terms of population, the top 10 most populous cities. I think we went through actually number 12 or 13, and then Fort Worth was just outside of that list, if I recall correctly, and we had a few others that we used. We have some data from the CEO scorecard metric. Miami was another one that we had. Trying to remember, but I can bring that list back as well.
Yeah, if you can, I'd love that. And then I'm asking because I'd love to see what they do in terms of, like, for instance, Project Uplift and the way that we define who gets support, how much support is allocated, how many households are eligible. I would love to see what other cities are doing in terms of that affordability component.
Yeah.
I was just going to see if Jennifer, in her experiences dealing with other water utilities, has any comment on
Yes, I would say that based on my experience, the Uplift program is very unique. I don't know can't think of any other utilities off the top of my head that have a separate rate structure like that with the discounted rates. Often utilities, if they offer any assistance, they often offer it in a form of a discount, similar to what SAWS did prior to the last rate study, which is certainly helpful. But as you saw in Doug's slides, this new rate structure just really helps so much more, particularly instances where you may have a large family that, as much as they try, they're still going to use a lot of water. If there are a lot of members in the house, they typically have, their plumbing things aren't as efficient, things like that. And so, this is a unique program that's able to help them even if they do use more water. So that's what we see most often. Also, sometimes they'll have one-time assistance. So if you have a hardship in a month, you can call up and, hey, we're going to just waive your bill this month or pay 50%. But they may limit that to once a year, once every 2 or 3 years. And so, in fact, I was at a utility just last month, and a customer came, and, they had a very high bill, and they had already had a bill waived or reduced in the last, I think it was like the last 3 years. And so they weren't going to be eligible for that again. So that's what we typically see, but again, this program is very unique.
I would just reiterate, one of the things I do remember of the last rate study process was the comment that low income does not necessarily mean low usage. They may have more people in the household, et cetera, that means, and that's why this different rate structure, discounted rate structure, an entirely different rate structure, provided a lot more assistance to those people than a fixed discount amount, regardless of the number of people in the household.
And I appreciate that we have a lot of multi-generational families, right, in San Antonio, and I love the program, and so I think I've walked with you all to remind people that they could sign up. So I love the way it's used. I would love to expand it. Would love to keep it in place for as long as possible. I also think that we need to do a little bit more to remind even the newer council members, right? And so when we think about the new council members, if you think about it, a majority of them have been there less than 3 years, and so just gentle, right, to their staffers. We used to have meetings with the staff, right, LGC, just to remind them of these wonderful programs. And I don't know when the last time that happened was, but that might be another way to remind people.
Yes, ma'am. Part of what we do as new members is, as you'll remember, we invite them here to our office, or Robert and I and other staff members visit with them. And part of the presentation on who SAWS is and how we work together is to go over our Uplift program. And you're 100% correct. We've been meeting with different council members regularly. We just met with District 6 last week
Okay.
to go over it in detail. And so, yeah, you were a great help in block walking, and there have been other council members that have done it as well. And so we continue to try to
Yeah.
educate them as much as we can, only because we are unique in what we do. And Doug and I were talking about earlier, I think Philadelphia was the first city to institute a rate structure, kind of what we did. Everybody else does a monthly discount. And they're great until they're not. And so we get calls on a regular basis from other places throughout the country asking, how is it we do what we do? And the numbers we have, what are we doing different? Because they can't even reach those numbers. And so I'm really proud of the team we have and the opportunities that Robert has given us in terms of adding additional staff so that we can go out and continue to knock on the doors.
Great, well, thank you. No, and again, fan of the program, so anything I could do to continue supporting, but thank you so much, and thank you, Chair.
Trustee Mann?
Following up on that, can we get I'm sure you have it, just a usage breakdown to see where the usage levels are on the uplift program versus just how it
Yeah.
compares overall?
Yeah, I
to,
just requested some of that information. We're still waiting on some of the December data, but next month I should have and should be able to show you data for 2025.
And, I mean, ultimately, it comes back to the ratepayers who make up the shortfall.
Correct.
A lot of information in the study. One of the things that sticks out at me is that our ratepayers are doing everything they can do to help from a conservation standpoint. And we're now at a point where we're asking them to pay more for using less. And so I think that we have to be really focused on those expenses that are what I would refer to as discretionary expenses within our control at SAWS versus regulatory and other expenses, market conditions that are beyond our control. We've got significant capital improvement projects that we need to invest in. And long-term, these capital improvement projects are going to benefit the ratepayers. But one area that I really think that we need to make sure we have a handle on is the discretionary spending that is within our control. Because we've got to adjust to external factors, but I think we have to be very, very mindful, especially if you go back to my comment that we're asking our ratepayers to pay more for using less. We need to demonstrate the same as we set our budgets and consider these rate increases to make sure we're doing the same from our perspective.
Okay. Well, I know we talk at great length about discretionary. I can tell you we have gone through budgets. We get through each of the departments together and walk through budgets. I try to identify discretionary type expenditures all the time and try to limit those. I would say we've done a good job. I'll try to put some together to present to you next month that shows you kind of some of our efforts in that area.
Yeah, that would be great. I just know that we have a lot of people focused on a whole host of things, rate increases, budgets, and I'm extremely focused on capital improvement projects because I know long-term done correctly, that's really where the benefit to the ratepayers will be.
We can't continue to defer capital.
Mayor, you wanted to go last?
Sure.
Then, okay. So Doug, I have a couple of questions for you. I'm recalling your slide 30, where you referenced our past strategic decisions to defer projects during the consent decree because we really wanted to focus on those items identified in the consent decree as sort of bringing us where we are today. And so our wastewater, our treatment plants are really the focal point for this proposed rate plan. And so I'm going to talk later about the overall timing, but what I would really like to understand are these projects under the sewer main replacement category, the 300 million. You did identify a couple of critical projects out of that category, but I would like to understand more about those and the timing associated with them, whether there's a required design time for them because they are so large, but I'd like to get more information, not at this point, but I'd like to get more information on that particular item because I think it will impact the overall timing that I'm going to ask you to go back and consider. So that's one. And perhaps in water delivery category as well, because in 2030, I see 153, almost 154 million scheduled for that timeframe as well. So I want to understand more about those projects in that timeframe. Okay? Then, thank you for well, let me take a step back. You mentioned that in our overall timing, in the 2027-2028 timeframe, we would need to look to reengage our rate advisory committee and initiate the more comprehensive rate program, which would look at cost of service as well as rate design, because we're not looking at that component at this time. And one of the things you want to do is look at the water supply and water delivery, because I want to make sure I understand this. From an industry standard standpoint, that is one rate, whereas we have that separate supply and delivery.
Yeah,
And so one
most-
consideration we might present to the rate advisory committee is to, in our rate design, to combine supply and delivery.
Most utilities do have two operating business units, water and wastewater, not three like we do.
Mm-hmm.
And so the distinctions get somewhat nebulous sometimes, difficult. Again, when does that water supply project become a water delivery project? It's Vista Ridge. It's still in water supply. The other thing is it just limits, while a lot of our water delivery spending, particularly on the Water Stewardship Initiative, I would argue that supports water supply.
Mm-hmm.
But those expenditures are going to water delivery, so the expenditures, we have an imbalance where we've got excess cash trapped in water supply, and we don't have enough cash. We need to go out and borrow additional cash to fund all the water delivery capital improvements.
So we actually have a structure issue and then a financial structure issue, and then really the way that we provide water. Do you want to have a greater conversation in the rate design on those two components, delivery and supply?
Yes.
Okay. That's also key for the overall timing that we need to look at. So I mentioned to you that I attended the Housing Forecast event earlier this week that was sponsored by the Greater Home Builders Association, I think it is. And so I'm just wondering, I asked you, thank you, because I know that you followed up and pulled those reports, the economic feasibility as well as the housing supply. And so when we meet again, I would like you to just confirm or look at that data to see if that requires any adjustments to your out years. Because it was very informing in terms of what they are anticipating for this community and how our inflation structure is really driven by the shelter inflation that is associated with single-family housing. And so I'm very interested to see how those assumptions impact the assumptions that we've currently made for the rate plan that you're asking us to consider.
Yeah.
Okay.
We will do that in advance of next month. I apologize not getting.
That's
through
okay.
it.
We just went to the event, and the booklet was very helpful, but perhaps they could share with you the studies that were associated with that information. Thank you for the benchmark information, our customer-to-staff ratio, that 500 to 1. And so from a benchmarking standpoint, that places us second, did you mention, in?
Well, I think the last one we were actually third, but we've moved between second and third.
Okay.
On that metric, and again, there was a total of 12 utilities or something across that.
I will say that our Mission Excellence and Alignment Committee struggles with, annually with benchmarking because SAWS is unique. We're the largest municipally owned water and wastewater utility in the country. And so when we are looking at benchmark data to inform our CEO scorecard, we are challenged because there are water departments that are part of city organizations, and that's a much different operation because budgets are managed and approved very differently when it is a city department versus a separate utility. And then IOUs, investor-owned utilities, operate very differently, and they're not as transparent with their operational cost as well as their salary information. So we really rely on American Water Association and other trade associations to pull as much benchmark data as we can. But we do have benchmark entities. I'm trying to recall the entity in Phoenix. We do use them rather frequently because they are structured somewhat similar to SAWS. So I am aware there's a floating request from council members that are looking for some operational and financial review of SAWS in parallel with this rate request. And I'm a bit concerned because those are timely, and so I would ask, Robert, your staff to start pulling the benchmark information that we do have, and the operational benchmarking entities that we use, that we rely on, as well as on the financial side, because my sense is they may or may not be aware of the discipline and the strategy that we use in benchmarking operational effectiveness for the organization, so we probably need to do some education there. While we've not received official guidance from the council on that particular ask, it is a little concerning with the time frame that we are proposing. And so I would ask you all to start pulling that information so we can see if that meets the questions or the concerns that those particular council members have. Uplift. So you talked about the certification process, and I know that in years we've evolved to the process of no ceiling, but we do certify our customers for a certain period of time, and they either grow out of that income class or they choose not to re-enroll, or our process needs some work and we need to. I'm wondering if we have visibility into the expiration dates for those customers, and if there are any proactive measures prior to them expiring and rolling off, or if our systems don't allow that visibility, can we think about a more proactive way to engage them before they roll off? Because after you're off, it's kind of difficult to get them back.
Yes, ma'am. Prior to them rolling off, we email them, we mail them.
So we do know and
Yes,
we
ma'am.
reach out.
And then we follow up again after their cycle has passed and they didn't re-enroll, then we follow up again. And so we've started instituting robo-dials as well as direct mailers to the homes, trying to get them to re-enroll. But we can continue to look for new ways to get back, to bring them back onto the program.
I am also a fan of the program, and I think we are unique in offering that to our community, and I think our community is a little unique in the amount of individuals we have that need that assistance. So I'm happy that we're recommending the increase to the poverty level, and I would ask us to continue to look for ways to be more proactive in getting those customers back in the program.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. So let's talk about the overall timing for a bit on two levels. The overall rate plan that we want to recommend, but then also the timing going forward before we go to council and ask for their consideration. The first of which, I was ready today to ask us to look at a rate plan that covered the rest of 26, 27, 28, and 29. But I'm going to hold that until I have more understanding about the projects that appear in 2030. Because they are so large, I want to understand the criticality to the overall system and the scope of work that we contemplate with those large capital projects. But on the overall time frame that you are proposing to review with this board and with council, I'm going to ask if, I think from a scheduling standpoint, I'm fine with the dates, with the exception of the final ask to city council. I am going to ask that we consider working with the council and staff for an April 2nd consideration date. And here's why. This is a lot of information. These are significant capital projects. We have this looming request about our operational and financial efficacy that I think deserves time to talk about with our owner. We have a board member who's asking about discretionary spending, and so we need time to address that. I want time to meet with our stakeholders and with our customers to have them understand what we are asking of them and what we are proposing for system improvements. And then we need to give time to our public utility staff, because this is a different rate plan period that we are contemplating. And so it's not just a 2-year plan, which, you know, you guys have referenced, that's what we've done in the past. This is a longer period of time. And so I would ask us at a minimum to look at April 2nd. It's still, we may have to look at our notice process for customers. If you contemplate an April 2nd consideration date by the City Council, we may need to start noticing our customers earlier on the potential for an increase to their bill. So I would ask all of you to take a step back and look at that entire process on how we notice our customers. What I'm looking at is we've started today with understanding the revenue requirements. We would conduct our first public hearing on the 3rd, confirm that B session would still be available for us on the 4th to brief the full council. And then after that, I expect we're going to get a lot of requests from council members to meet in their town halls or have them explain what we are proposing. And so you would come back to the SAWS boards, which may require other council sessions, another B session or another A session, which would then bring it back to the SAWS board on March 3rd for a public hearing, and then more time for stakeholder, council, customer briefings to make sure everyone understands, or to incorporate the feedback that we're getting at these hearings to bring us to no earlier than an April 2nd consideration by the council. Now, all of that, when you come back, I want to understand those huge projects that you have in 2030. So 300 million is quite a bit, and then another 154 million, I think it was, for water supply, I think the category was. So I want to understand more about those. I'll stop there, but those are the majority of my comments. I did have some for Jennifer, but I'll find those and come back. Mayor?
Thanks, Doug, for the presentation. And I support the chair's request to frankly move a little bit slower. This is, as you know, you're not the only utility asking for a rate increase, right? As we are also looking at not just the increase in cost, but frankly the implementation of federal legislation, like the One Big Beautiful Bill, that will in fact have the very folks that would be most impacted by these rate increases will have less money in their pockets, right? As we see cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, CHIP, and SNAP. And so as we are moving forward, I think it's important that we're being cognizant not just of the impacts here, but in a number of ways. One of the things I think will also be helpful, not only to this body but to the council, is and this may be what the chair was discussing, the criticality of some of these projects, but I think also our understanding, and if it needs to be an exec session for security purposes, of course, but the risk profile with continued delay of some of these projects, these capital projects. I think that's important for everybody to understand the risk profile, given some of these are significantly delayed already. Can you confirm you're utilizing the same growth assumptions as CPS? And if they're different, and if you can't do that now, then I'll just ask that you review those and ensure that, because some of the main drivers of this, for example, are large load customers. I want to make sure we're thinking about those in the same way. The impact may be different, but let's at least have the same operating assumptions as we move forward. Maybe you can answer the question now.
No, I can't.
Okay.
I agree. I had a conversation just last night with Ben Gorzel, and he was asking some of the same questions. We need to reach out. Corey Kaczynski reached out to me earlier this year.
Yeah.
And so we need to get together, compare notes, but we have slightly different service territories, so they won't
Sure.
always. And one of the things I told Ben, I thought had been represented to me, was that some of these large volume customers might be within their service territory, but not necessarily within our water CCM.
Mhm.
But so I need to get better information on that and make sure we are in alignment.
Yep, thank you. For this body, though, and also for the council, just understanding what is common and what is different and how we adjust accordingly. This goes back to the earlier discussion that we had, though, in terms of conservation and just our understanding of how accurately we have costed out the supply, the maintenance, the wear and tear on these things as a result of water usage. So I know I've asked for this previously, but Chair, I'd really appreciate something that helps us understand if we have, if we've done kind of a sufficient sensitivity analysis to understand what is the cost at which we see changes in behavior, and if that is something that would help us as we think about conservation, as we think about additional growth and whether or not we want to sign up to do that, right? It's not clear to me yet that we have accurately costed that out. Because while we may look for potentially decreasing discretionary costs, what we also need to be able to tell our ratepayers and our residential customers is that we are trying to, those that can pay more are sufficiently doing so, right? We've reviewed kind of what that band looks like, and we are comfortable where it is. So some additional information on that I know will be helpful, certainly for here, but I know for sure it'll be helpful at the council.
Okay.
I think what will also be very helpful is, and why I actually prefer a shorter timeline, just because there is so much uncertainty in the market and in the economy. And so I don't want us to be planning for investments with exorbitantly high estimates, which then people have to pay, and those turn out to not be correct. So I actually prefer a shorter time frame, which with more certainty, so that we know that any changes that we're doing, in particular increases, are the smallest that they in fact must be. I think what will be helpful as well is laying out those things, those steps that you're taking, whether they be changes in the process implementation or frankly, an implementation of technological approaches, right? All of that helps to bring down the cost. I think this gets back to a little bit of maybe what Trustee Mann is talking about, but not only where can we reduce these costs, but in fact, right, you've got to invest a little bit to make some of those changes that in the long term we'll see a reduction in cost. Those, I think, will also be very helpful for us to understand. I know we know nothing is free, but how do we help explain the exact ROI on some of these things and why we think now is the appropriate time to make those investments? In particular, not only level setting on the assumptions that we're making across utilities, but a specific call out for these large load customers, data centers in particular, will be helpful as we look at the budget, so everybody can understand what is disproportionately driving some of the costs here. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
I recall my question for Jennifer. Sorry. Jennifer, my question is related to what we're seeing in industry changes. So more and more water utilities have either transitioned to AMI or the meter infrastructure that we've recently implemented. Is the industry also looking at different pricing signal, different structures, which would then generate different pricing signals in rate design, is my question.
At this time, I haven't seen that. We still see, particularly for residential, the inclining block structure as the most common. And, you know, at some point, I think I would still say theoretically, with the AMI technology, you know, we could move to a structure that where we call it time of day, but where you have that base. If you remember back from when I looked at, or like when we had the pipe visual. Okay, so the base would be the rate for every 1,000 gallons. But then that peaking cost would be in terms of some dollars per gallons per day. And because the AMI can measure that for every individual customer, they could be charged based on that. But again, it's theoretical because we're still trying to figure out the amount of data that we get from the AMI meters is huge. And, you know, we're still trying to figure out the best way to get that data and make enough sense of it that we're confident enough with that information that we would be charging customers based on. Because, you know, we still have errors in the data and, you know, different anomalies with the data. And as you can imagine, with that much data, it's hard to find those anomalies and correct them. So we're not quite there yet.
Okay.
But theoretically, yes, one day we may change the way that we bill customers so that rather by class, you're being billed based on what each individual customer is doing and how they're driving costs for the system.
Okay.
that it?
Thanks. Yeah, just wondering where we were. Okay. Seeing no more lit mics, we will,
The only question, do you want me to continue with leaving the uplift program fees unchanged, or, 'cause again, it does alter, I guess the only other, it goes into that pass-through charge of the
Right.
affordability program fee, so. If you provide, obviously, if you charge more of the uplift customers, that fee goes down slightly.
correct. So I would say, based on what I heard today, and I'm looking for consensus from the board, I would leave it as it is today because we have a lot of outlier requests for more information that could adjust that going forward. And so as I look at the time frame, we're coming back. Our first presentation will be February 3rd. And so given that information, we may see a change in what we're proposing in timing and actual rate plan.
Okay.
Is that, okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll get the presentation, but in anticipation of the February 3rd meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? All right. All right, so this moves us to item 20. And it's time for any trustee topics they would like for future briefing or follow-up action, in addition to those items that we've asked for already. Seeing none, oh, yes.
Earlier, we referenced the EPP, and I'd appreciate understanding the overall status of that.
Okay. All righty. All right, so we're about to move into executive session. The regular session of the January 13th, 2026 regular board meeting is hereby recessed to hold an executive session and discuss the matters listed pursuant to Section 551.071 of the Texas Open Meetings Act.
Okay. The regular session of the January 13th, 2026 regular board meeting is hereby, is back in session, sorry. Back in open session, and no decisions were made by the board. We will need to go back, and we tabled item number 16, and so we need to consider that item for action. It is a resolution authorizing the President and Chief Executive Office to execute a construction manager at risk contract with the City of San Antonio and Flatiron Easy Bell COSA JV for the relocation and replacement of the water and sewer facilities in connection with the Marbach Road area streets, Loop 410 to Harrell Drive project, approving the expenditures of funds in an amount not to exceed 2.8 for the system's proportionate share of the project work payable to Flatiron Easy Bell COSA JV. And this item, I'm asking the board not to take an action on authorizing the chief executive officer to negotiate and execute the project-specific MOU, but that be implemented administratively with the city of San Antonio for this project work. So you've heard the resolution. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve, Chair.
Thank you, trustee Rocha Garcia. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, trustee Sapansky. We'll need to take a voice vote. All those in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, that motion passes. So that brings us to the end of the meeting, and the regular meeting of the San Antonio Water System Board of Trustees for January 13th, 2026 is now adjourned. Thank you.